Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A rumor that Ukrainian President Zelensky is buying the 916,000-acre Pathfinder Ranch in Wyoming spread like wildfire on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the rumors aren't true. However, there is an offer made by someone on the almost $80 million ranch.
Some guy on X with some strange name made a post claiming that a company with ties to Zelensky was buying the Pathfinder ranches. He didn't attribute any of that information to anybody. It pointed you to a website that looked exactly like the Swan Land Company, but the address was .us instead of .com. I'm told by the real estate company that was an American cattle rancher. So it's going back into cattle ranching.
The Pathfinder Ranch is massive, larger than the state of Rhode Island and bigger than New York City and LA combined. With the federal government shutdown going into a month now, the federal government's suspension of SNAP benefits has blue states suing the Trump administration. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that in Wyoming, the Freedom Caucus and State Representative Trey Sherwood, a self-described grassroots Democrat out of Laramie, have responded by quoting the same Bible verse.
They're both quoting the Gospel of Matthew, where Jesus calls for people to go out and serve the needy, saying he's represented in the needy. And the reason they're doing that is perhaps in part because there's not a lot the Wyoming legislature can do in its political function right now.
Now, the U.S. Department of Agriculture announced early Tuesday that federal Supplemental Nutritional Program Assistance, or SNAP benefits, also known as food stamps, won't be distributed starting November 1st as scheduled because of the federal government's weeks-long shutdown. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. After an 8-year investigation, 10 people have been busted accused of faking Wyoming residency to get hunting tags in a Sweetwater County scam. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department announced the violations on Monday.
Multiple individuals were lying about their Wyoming residency to get resident hunting tags versus non-resident hunting tags, which there's a significant price difference. The resident tags are far less expensive. And so they had been running this scam for a while, and they finally wrapped up the investigation. It looks like these people all took plea agreements.
A spokesperson for Game and Fish tells Cowboy State Daily that this is more common than people think because Wyoming is a bucket list destination for hunters from across the country and the world. A man who was convicted of conspiracy to commit 2 murders at age 19 is not getting his sentences overturned. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the Wyoming Supreme Court wasn't swayed by science, Christopher Hicks claimed, shows that a 3 life-term sentence for someone so young is cruel and unusual punishment.
Scientific discoveries over the past 19 years or so, 18 years, have shown us that 19-year-olds' brains are very similar to that of juveniles. And we have court decisions saying you can't put juveniles away for, let's say, 3 consecutive life sentences. And so he's saying, if my brain's the same as juveniles, then shouldn't I get another chance to argue sentencing? And the High Court said, these questions of science are better put to lawmakers who can change the law. We're just going to interpret it in its context, and that means you don't get a new sentencing hearing.
Now, the idea is not unprecedented. Cases have been tried and won in Illinois, Massachusetts, and Washington state in recent years based on emerging neuroscience and similar constitutional arguments. And Cheyenne residents are debating the level of a joint effort between the police and sheriff's office SWAT response on Monday to a man barricaded in a building armed with a knife. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports some residents call it extreme, while others say they're glad.
A business owner who saw the SWAT team response told Cowboy State Daily he wanted no part in that action and wanted to stay as far away as possible. A neighbor along that road, however, said they were glad to see such a strong police presence because it means that their community is being kept safe.
Authorities say that once the SWAT team was called to the scene, the barricaded suspect surrendered and was taken into custody without incident. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere. And this is going to be Addie's room.
I am blind,
You're really going to like it.
I hope so. Yeah. I know this road is there for me. There is a long way.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
The ways down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know this road is there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free. Take me down to the river and wash me. Oh, oh, oh.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show, Wednesday. Getting down to the end of October here and getting closer to Halloween. Couple of days. Couple of spooky days. We got a jam-packed Wednesday for you. What a show. You're going to want to stick around for the whole thing, man. I have to. You have to. Deborah Mello is going to be on. She's the bright, sunshiny, smiley New Yorker. Yeah, I know. Those things don't go together. We've had her on before, and she's going to tell you why being scared, watching horror movies in Halloween could actually have some positive benefits towards maintaining positivity. How so? She'll explain. Donna Van Leer will be on. She is a award-winning New York Times, USA Today best-selling author. She's the author of Christmas series books. Many of her books have to do with Christmas series. Think Hallmark Channel. And in fact, at least 3 of her books have been turned into TV movies. She'll be on to discuss her latest novel. We're going to have the Petrinos. Yes, both. Jared Petrino's going to talk UW sports, the big win over the Sheep, and how we're going to do the same to them Aztecs this weekend. And his wife, Alex, will be on as well. She'll discuss her latest piece. She wrote a guest column for the Cowboy State Daily concerning mental health in education. So we'll chat with the Petrinos. It's a Claire McFarland day. We'll get informed from Claire. And Seth Gruber's going to be here. He's got a book and a documentary called The 1916 Project. And he's going to talk about his commitment to fighting the fight of the unborn. And he's been doing it since before he was born. How is that even possible? Seth Gruber will explain. What a show we got for you. A lot going on, but first, we can't do anything without a weather forecast. We got to know how to dress today, right? Casper, mostly sunny, breezy, 57. Riverton, clouds on the increase today with highs 55. Evanston, sunny, 58. Nice day in Green River as well, mostly sunny and 53. Pinedale, 47, the best you'll do, but that's not bad compared with the last couple of days. Sunshine there. Alpine, increase in clouds with highs 51. Mostly sunny, breezy in DuBois with a high of 53. Jackson, you'll top out at 52 with abundant sunshine. Sunny in Thurmont, 55 the high. Cody, 58, partly sunny. Partly sunny in Buffalo with highs 56. Sheridan, we'll shoot for 60. What do you say? Mostly sunny skies in Sheridan. Gillette, mostly sunny, 56. Newcastle, 49-ish with sunshine. Down in the plains, Torrington, sunny, 59 today. Douglas, sunny, 57. State capital, Cheyenne, sunny with highs 53. Laramie, one of the few times they're warmer than Cheyenne, 54 today and sunny. Roland, sunny, breezy, 50. That's the day weather forecast. We'll have Don Day on live later. Find out what Hurricane Marissa's tearing up lately. That's the name of it, right? Hurricane Marissa? Why do I think that's not right? Hurricane Melissa. Okay. Close enough. They got another name they'd like to call it in Jamaica. The storm strikes Cuba after tearing through Jamaica. Hurricane Melissa. Live updates. It is Cat 5 hurricane. And pretty strong, pretty powerful. I don't know if it did the damage in Jamaica it was supposed to. It's caused bringing severe flooding to Cuba. Melissa, extremely dangerous, Category 3 hurricane now. So Jamaica took a little steam out of it. Historic landfall on Jamaica is one of the nastiest hurricanes to hit that country. But that's blowing hard enough to put out your blunt in Jamaica. I know, too many references to smoking weed. I don't know what else they do in Jamaica. I have not been there. But I know they're pretty dang laid back. And then I know the music they listen to as well. I did a party once, DJ'd a party. And they love the soca. Oh man, it's a unique kind Jamaica music, soca. It's really unique music, soca, S-O-C-O-C-A. It's like a revved up reggae. It's reggae, but it's reggae not like dance hall reggae. I don't know how to describe it, but soca is huge in Jamaica. And I did this party in was up on Amangani, which I think is no longer there in Jackson. And it was a fun party. I didn't know going in it was going to be such a soca party. I got up to speed fast on what soca is and what music they like. Rum and Coke. I remember that song. You just play, if you ever have to DJ a Jamaica party, you play a song called Rum and Coke and you're good. Yeah, they love their music. And yeah, there was the smell of something funny burning all night. But you know, that's Jamaica and that's Jackson Hole, really. What stories are we looking at today? SNAP follow. I told you a week ago, SNAP funding was going to end for food stamps come November. Hey, people should listen to me, really. If you want to be informed ahead of the mass populace, you listen to me, your buddy Jake. I said the food stamp money, SNAP money was going to run out come November. I said, we're living in the, week 2. I think I said it a week ago. We were in week 2 of the shutdown. And I said, so far, so good. Nobody even notices. Maybe the garbage is piling up a little bit in the restrooms and the parks, but you know what? Nobody's going to the parks right now. The summer's over. Fall's almost over here in Wyoming. The only thing you'd notice affected, I said, was a little bit the FAA, a little bit air traffic controllers. You might see some backup at airports, and there's been some of that. Like, I don't know, 7,000 or 8,000 flights have been delayed or canceled recently. A little bit of backup there. And I said, your money, if you're on SNAP, if you depend on SNAP or food stamps, the supplemental nutritional program, assistance benefits, I said that money is very likely to go away when November hits. I said that a long time ago. And now we learn, yes, SNAP fallout has hit Wyoming. Both the Democrats and the Freedom Caucus agree on something. Oh my goodness, stop the presses. Really? The Dems in Wyoming, and you can count them on one hand, kind of. I think there's 6. Just about, okay, you can count them on, some people have 6 fingers. Those people could count the Dems on one hand. Isn't there 6 in the Senate? Now I have to look that up. Wyoming legislature. It could be Democrats. There's not many. I mean, you can count them on one hand. The Senate has 2, I think. And the House, I have to use ChatGPT because sometimes the Googler doesn't do well. Yes, 6 in the House, 2 in the Senate. So you can count it on 1.5 hands. 8 Dems. And all the Freedom Caucus apparently agree on one thing. Write this down, this day in history. October 29th, Wyoming Democrats and the Freedom Caucus agree on the same Bible verse out of Matthew, about the one that talks about helping those who need help, giving assistance to those who need assistance. Matthew 25:35. Jesus says that he came for the poor and needy. People should reflect that by how they treat the poor and needy, give to the poor and needy. Both the Democrats first, Representative Trey Sherwood, grassroots Democrat Laramie, posted a Bible verse to her Facebook page on October 21st. The passage reads, "For I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink." Trey posted that on her Facebook page. Less than a week later, Wyoming Freedom Caucus opened its own Facebook post with the same verse. How about that? Both concerning the SNAP payout. Both political parties advising the way through these tough times come next month is not going to be a CR agreement. It's not going to be a consensus vote by the Senate in Washington, D.C., because there looks like there's no light at the end of the tunnel there. It's going to be us helping ourselves. Politicians, in other words, are saying, hey, there's only so much we can do, and we can't do anything about this. Not our state representatives, anyway. Even our federal representatives at this point are throwing their hands up saying, we can't figure it out. We can't get together. We can't help you. You're going to have to help yourselves. That's the message. That's the takeaway. And take note, y'all, if you are needing food assistance and you are on SNAP coming November, take note, because this is serious for you, I know. And take note that this is one of the only times both parties, all parties, no matter how far out to the left or how far out to the right they are, actually agree on something, and that something is we can't help you, or we won't help you, or we are not going to help you when it comes to SNAP benefits. Wow, that's saying something. Mark that down. And those of you not needing assistance, not on SNAP, and those of you who don't even know what it is, it's your call to help. You just saw that reclusive Wyoming billionaire donate $130 million to the military. How about some money to feed your fellow neighbors? Yeah, that's a call that we all can heed coming November if there is still no government resolution here. Is still under shutdown. Come November, yeah. Help thy neighbor. That's the message. Well, more fake news. A rumor that Ukrainian President Zelensky is the one who is buying the 916,000-acre Pathfinder Ranch is just that, a rumor. Spread like wildfire Monday. Well, I don't know if it's wildfire, but I did see it in my feed. Ukrainian President Zelensky, it was Snopes debunked. I saw a headline like yesterday that said debunked. Ukrainian President Zelensky not buying Wyoming ranch. I forget who ran that story. Yes, somebody with more time on their hands than they need posted on X and even went so far as to fake the real estate agency's website. Well, that's going the extra mile. But if you looked at it closely, Swan Land Company, that's the selling agent for this huge Pathfinder Ranches property in Wyoming. Bigger than the state of Rhode Island. Poor Rhode Island. The only time it's ever mentioned is when comparing sizes of stuff. And that's the phrase. I mean, fill in the blank. Bigger than, and the fill in the blank is state of Rhode Island, of course. It's a huge ranch, giant ranch. And yes, there is a potential buyer. There is a deal pending, says Swan Land Company, but it's not Ukrainian President Zelensky looking to get out of Ukraine. He's probably thinking, the Russians can't buy, they won't bomb me in Wyoming. They don't even know where it is. No, it's somebody spreading fake news. Leave it to the Cowboy State Daily to give you the real scoop. You're welcome. After I was ahead of this story as well. See, you just have to listen to this show. I said yesterday that Game and Fish was patting themselves on the back for an 8-year investigation that nailed 10 hunters for a variety of scams and poaching and just violations. Sweetwater County. It was an outfitter and his family members and his friends. They had been doing all kinds of things like pretending they lived here to get an in-state hunting tag. I think they all did that, all 10 of them. All busted. Plus there was just poaching, shooting stuff you didn't have tags for, and they were just doing hunting every way wrong. And they all got nailed. Good. String them up. I told you yesterday about that story. Mark Hines must have been listening because he wrote it up for the Cowboy State Daily today. What happens when an elk dies in the woods and nobody was there to see it? It doesn't make a sound. No, that's a tree. If an elk dies in the woods and no one's there to see it, well, you put up some trail cams so you can see it. Duh. Jake Davis did that, and it was sometimes hard to watch, but very fascinating and interesting what critters came to eat an elk that had died. His bull elk had died. Jake saw it, and he thought, I'm going to put up trail cams and see what happens. He caught all kinds of animals coming to feast off the elk, and it just a great insight into nature and the cycle of, wolves came. It's all on the trail cam. We got it for you. We'll show it to you later. It's really cool, fascinating. This Gillette teen says his triple life term sentence that he got when he was 19 is cruel and unusual. Wyoming Supreme Court says, no, it didn't. You're staying in jail. He's 39 now. He's lived half his life in prison and not eligible for parole for murdering 2 people, planning the murder. And, he's saying he was 19, so he wasn't he was still a juvenile. His brain wasn't developed. He didn't know better. 19 years old. There was an era in this country, in this world, where when you were 19, you were going off to war. You were old enough to drink, vote, raise a kid. Nowadays, 19, yeah, you are a juvenile. 19, you're a kid and you act like one. Well, you're going to get sentenced like an adult. Got news for you. Yeah, he's serving 3 life sentences, and Supreme Court said, yeah, that sounds about right. Neighbors watched a big Cheyenne SWAT response to a man barricaded with a knife. Some said it was overkill. Others say they're glad to know cops are on the job. I'll tell you this. One of the people that commented on the story by Jackson Walker, and again, he found quotes. He found 2 people willing to talk. One said, this was overkill, man. The guy is just one dude with a knife. And he dropped the SH word. He dropped the F word. This is too much. This is police overzealousness, etc., etc. And then the other one said, well, I'm glad to know the cops are on it, man. Can't send enough cops for a crazy guy with a knife. I like it. Guess which one has a criminal record? Guess which one was just arrested earlier this month for domestic violence? You don't have to guess real hard. You don't even need to put your thinking cap on for that one. All right, we got to take a break. First break of the morning. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues after this stuff.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I don't like this. I said I don't like this, and I still don't like this. Casper Planet is the fake news, like intentionally satirical news site that is the genius, quote around that, air quotes around the genius of one guy. This, I think he's a roughneck, works in the oil patch, and on the side, he does this website, Facebook page, Casper Planet. And the news is all fake. It's like The Onion. If you're familiar with The Onion, it's kind of like that. Or the San Francisco Bee. Is that the name of that? You know, the websites that they're intentionally satirical news. They're meant to be funny, I guess, and fake. But I don't think there's anything funny in this day and age about fake news. It's not funny. And it's distracting and annoying because we live in an age where there is fake news. I just told you about a story where this guy posted a fake Zelensky's buying the Wyoming ranch. It's ruining the internet. Well, the internet's already ruined thanks to porn. But it's ruining the interweb. The interweb should have been the greatest invention ever. It puts you in touch with the world. The internet puts your finger on the pulse of anything. Rather than having to visit a jillion libraries around the world, you can do it now in your hand. You have the information of everything just about in your hand. The internet should have been the greatest invention ever, yet it's still bogged down with speed bumps like satirical fake news websites. That's a lot to heap on Casper Planet. I'm sure the dude who, we've had him on the show, I think. And I was nice to him, but the whole time I'm thinking, man, what you do, I can't agree with. I can't get with it. Because what I do and what we do at Cowboy State Daily is tell real news. It's not our intention to trick people and fool people, all for a laugh. And sometimes not for a laugh, sometimes just for clicks. What is the joke here? Casper Planet story. And I'm looking at the main photo. And I'll share it with you if you're following along with me on the, what do you call it? YouTube, X, Facebook. Casper Planet story. 15 bodies. Breaking news, it says. Live. There's big live. So it looks really authentic. Casper Planet's prominently there, so if you're in on the joke, you should know it's a joke. But there are many people who don't know what Casper Planet is. Far more people who don't know Casper Planet than do. And you see this come along on your news feed, and you're like, live, Casper Planet, breaking news, 15 bodies found on remote ranch. Linked to missing persons cases across the country. Well, there are actual missing person cases, and there are people who are reading it's just wrong. And there have been a few Casper Planet stories where I sort of chuckle. I'm like, oh, that was cute. That was inventive. That was creative. That was funny. Yeah. But still in the back of my mind, I'm like, I don't like it because it's going to confuse people. There are people that are going to think you're for real. Yeah, I don't like this satirical fake news sites. Even when they, because people are so gullible, people are so naive, people are so dupable. on the internet. That's the biggest problem. And I'm not just talking about your grandmother, who, my goodness, there's no way any of our grandmothers should be on the interwebs. Golly. They're the ones clicking on the Nigerian prince and ruining it for everybody. They're the reason. They're the ones who run out and spend their life savings on buying Pokemon gift cards so they don't have to go to jury duty, or, you know, they fall for every scam there is. Nobody's grandmother should be on the internet. They should not. You should have a license to carry a mouse, similar to like having to have a permit for a firearm. If you're over 70, let's say, if you've got an AARP card, you should also, there should be a requirement, a test, a strict driver's test or whatever. There should be some kind of regulation to own a mouse or a computer or a smart screen. Because they will read a story like this, grandma, and not even just, just anybody. People's attention span, their commitment to actually digesting news is very low. And people just, we're in a scroll culture. Scroll nature. You know how the amount of time somebody will spend reading this story? Like average 4 seconds. They'll see the photo, breaking news, 15 bodies found on remote ranch. Oh my goodness, what's going on in Wyoming? Scroll to the next story. They have no idea it's a fake story. And you see it all the time with real news. People, as real as the Cowboy State Daily News is, people will read, a headline and spend 3 seconds on that story before they scroll and get a wrong impression of what the story is. So you certainly don't need to make it worse with fake stuff. All right, that's my rant on that. I don't like it. Casper Planet, I don't like what you're doing. And some of the stories are fun, satirical fun. This one, where's the fun? What are you trying to accomplish here other than tricking and getting clicks and spreading misinformation? There's no junk. There's no joke here. There's no punchline. We got a lot of guests coming up. First off, Deborah Mallow's going to be here, and I need it. I need an attitude adjustment, and she's just the person to give it to me. Deborah Mallow will be on in just a minute, and she's going to talk about Halloween and why this could be just the right holiday to improve your attitude and your mood, and certainly I need it this morning. I would have thought that'd be Christmas or Easter or happy holidays, but Halloween's all about scary and spooky. But it could be exactly what you need to improve your attitude, to give you some positivity. Deborah Mallow cannot be brought down. She is, just being around her will make you positive and happy and have you smile. And she spreads the sunshine even during Halloween. And we'll get with her in just a moment and improve all of our attitudes right after these.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd?
He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, whatever, good evening, whenever you're listening to this show. Some of you are not here live. I get that. So whatever it is, whatever time of day, hi, glad you're here. Hope you brought your black cat. We're going to talk about the black cat bias. Do black cats really portend evil, death, etc.? Black cat's long been associated with, that reputation. And it's not just during Halloween that the black cats are a problem. Black cats, there are a few communities. There was one in Spain that, you hear about the urban myths, how shelters won't adopt out black cats during October, the month of October. No black cats they'll adopt because the fear is people will just adopt them to use them in a Halloween display or to use them in some awful way associated with Halloween. With something occultish, and they'll do bad stuff. So they just won't adopt out black cats. In Wyoming, shelters report that it's so hard to adopt black cats out. People don't want them because they're black and they're witches in disguise, or they bring bad luck, etc. That they actually use Halloween as a promotion. Not only do they not ban black cat adoption, they promote the month of October. Get your black cat, step up, get your black cat here. They hawk them. Because shelters can't adopt them out. Black cat bias. It's a story in the Cowboy State Daily. Even at Halloween, Wyoming shelters can't find homes for black cats. That's a story in the Cowboy State Daily. Let's get into that Zoom room and get Deborah Mallow in here. And we're going to talk about Halloween and all things spooky. I should get some maybe spooky music to play.
Yes,
that's
do that. Hey, Jake, it's Deborah. You're right.
This is not spooky music, but this is Deborah Mallow music. Yes, it's Deborah. She's on the show today, and I'm so excited. I need a dose of Deborah, I'll tell you that. It's early in the morning, it's dark here still, and Halloween's coming. So
I'm dressed in orange, Jake, to celebrate the holiday.
nice. Deborah is going. We had Deborah on earlier, and she was spreading her positivity then, and she continues to do it even in the face of Halloween and horror and spooky and all things scary. In fact, that may be the perfect time to spread the positivity. We'll tell you why. Motivational speaker, author, lifelong New Yorker. Nobody deserves to be crankier than Deborah Mallow, but she's not. She's a happiness expert, and her secret sauce to smiling is a positivity. Just read the book. It's doing gangbusters on Amazon. It's like 4.9 stars. One Debbie Downer must have been the reason you didn't maintain a 5-star. I don't know who that is. Maybe they didn't finish the book. 6 steps to fewer days that suck. Deborah is on again, the self-improvement guru. Deborah, let's talk about Halloween.
Let's do it.
I mean,
because
yeah.
we transform fear into creativity, fun, and courage. We see that fear it's not self-limiting. It actually gives you that dose of dopamine, your endorphins, and then when it subsides, you have that calming effect. You get more used to the fear and working through it. That's how I see it.
Okay, so it's okay to watch that scary movie because they're everywhere. You turn on Netflix or whatever, the TV is just horror movies, scary movies. It's okay to get that jolt of, that scared me, because that's your body doing something positive, and you can actually get benefit out of that.
Absolutely, you can. And it's like so many of us, I don't want to say everyone, like to ride roller coasters. It's the same thing. And the more you practice anything, like overcoming that fear, is when you get stronger, more resilient. So it does have a benefit. Absolutely, Jake. You nailed it.
I like it. You know, we're going to have you on again when Christmas comes, because Christmas is supposed to be super positive. It's a season of giving, and for those of faith, it's got everything attached to it is good, up. But yet we find statistics show it's a time where people can really fall into depression because they feel left out. So, Deborah, remind me to have you back on when it gets closer to Christmas. Same kind of thing. The holidays can trigger stuff for people. Are you really that positive all the time? You must reread your book constantly. How do you do it?
You know what? This is to your audience.
Yeah.
When you want to do something so much and you really practice it, small steps can make big changes. Because my story started on a New York City subway platform when Miss Overachiever, had to be the #1 sales rep. And I pushed and pushed till I was burnt out. And I said to myself, nothing will change if I don't change. And that was the pivotal moment. And I worked through this in my book. It was my guidebook first. And I try to uplift everyone to believe, to look on the bright side, not to force positivity, but approach life differently.
It was exactly my next question. You say that all the time. I see it in your materials. It's not about forcing positivity. It's approaching life differently. So how? I mean, the follow-up is how. How do you what is the different approach?
Well, I lay it out in my book in the 6 steps. The decision, you have to give yourself permission to say yes to life. And then 2, to ditch unhealthy habits. Is it easy? No. But working through them, just like finding Halloween, we're celebrating Halloween. It's that positive anticipation, the little bit of fear, the community, the yummy candy, all of that we look forward to. Planning things on your calendar. And then 3, the mindset. reshaping our thoughts, reframing our perspective. And I lay it out step by step. And then the action, taking action to find the benefits, to find what serves you. Ditch the toxic. It's difficult, but we can do it. And then 5 is our attitude, how we show up, our barometer, like the weather. And 6, making that commitment to yourself. Because honestly, living life, enjoying life, finding the moments, it's not perfect, it's messy, but we can find more moments to enjoy. It's how we serve it up and how we enter life every day. And we could talk more about rituals and what I do, morning routines and everything on another show, because there's so much to this. I'd love to be the positive force for your listeners and chat with you. It's so much fun.
You have been the positive force for other listeners, and I have a bone to pick with you, Deborah. I thought we were exclusive, and you've been hanging out with Shark Tank's Barbara Corcoran. She endorsed your book. You went on Good Day New York. I thought you and me had something here, and you've been going.
We do.
All right. I'm gonna look at the positive side of it.
I feel the energy, Jake.
So,
I love it.
Hey,
everyone, give yourselves a hug and happy Halloween. Find the fun. Transform your gloomy days into happy, fun, eventful days.
Deborah Mallow, motivational speaker, author of 6 Steps to Fewer Days That Suck. I think the follow-up book will be called How to Extend That Sugar High of Halloween through November and right through the rest of the year. You'll be on
Let's do it
You'll be
together,
on a happy
Jake.
high. Okay, I can do it. I'm ready. So for those of us who have not had that fork in the road moment, you had the pivotal moment. You talked about the light bulb went on, the New York City subway platform. You're like, you know what? You all of a sudden you recognize I'm just in the rat race. And boy, they do a rat race in New York. It's the city that never sleeps. You find yourself running and rushing and rushing. You're like, what am I doing? If we're not quite there yet at that light bulb moment, but we think, oh, there's got to be something more. I have more down days than I have up days. There's something I'm not doing right. I think just reading the book, if we can start with the book, maybe then the light bulb will go on, huh?
I really believe that. So many people are telling me they're actually also sharing it with their teenage children because it's very to the point. It's a warm hug for the soul and a pep talk for all of us. And it just makes you feel good and realize that this is the human struggle. But we can overcome the negativity bias, which is just from early human days, that we see the negative. We look for the negative things rather than the positive, but we can control our thoughts and actions, and just reprogramming, resetting our thought process is just the start. And we have to give ourselves permission to accept ourselves. And that's why I always start the morning with a hug, a big smile, because that's gifting happiness. I'm gifting happiness to you, to everybody out there, and say something positive to yourself, an affirmation, a mantra, but don't just say it. Actually act on it. Just like I said, we transform the fear into fun, creativity, and courage. And the more we say it, the more we reshape those thoughts, as I mentioned, and we reframe our perspective. And don't discredit the strategy until you try it.
Speak this positivity into action, into existence. That's all you got to do. It sounds easy, but it might not be easy for some of us. We're going to tell you about a special gift available to our listeners in a moment and where you can go to get that online. We're talking to Deborah Mallow. Deborah, you just mentioned something I didn't really think about. The teens, kids picking up this book, student age readers picking up and learning from this book. When I think of people that are in a rut or in need of some positivity in their life. I think of jaded, the older we're in a rut. We've seen a lot of life, and that has discouraged us. We see the reality of life. With so many kids today, man, it's terrible. But that's their thinking. It's too early as a preteen, a 13-year-old, to have the thoughts that some of them have, and they need to be encouraged to be positive.
Yes, and I talk about because people are bullied at any age,
Yeah.
right? I mean, and it's usually comes from somebody's insecurity, so they take it out on someone else. And understanding that, and I lay it out in very clear ways, 1, 2, 3, ABC, just strategies that anyone can understand. And we all need that warm hug and somebody to just lift us up. And that's what I try to do, but not in a sugar-coated kind of way, in a more practical way I'm not talking down to anyone. I'm talking with you, like people say. It's like you're on my shoulder, a friend there helping me. And that's what we all need. Me too. That's why I wrote it. We all need it.
If you want Deborah Mello aside on your shoulder, and who doesn't, and she can walk right alongside you through this. Of course, it starts with a book. You get on Amazon, you can find that 6 Steps to Fewer Days That Suck. The link to the book I will share on how to buy that on Amazon. But we need you every day. We need that encouragement every day. I want to be able to turn to Deborah Mello when I find myself like, oh, I need a little ray of sunshine. We can do that, and I'll tell you how you can find that online. It's the newsletter. It's complimentary worksheets on happiness, motivation, feel-good activities. It's all available online. It's all free. And how do we get there, Deborah?
Just go to my website, the Daily Decisions with an S.com/inspire, and sign up for my Positive Energy Club. As Jake said, it's complimentary, which means free, and you get a newsletter every other week that just gives you simple little things that you can do, like we talked about today, to boost your endorphins and feel better, and the worksheets that Jake mentioned as well. They're downloadable, and the activities are little things you can do, because it's all about ways to stop the circular thinking, the worry, the fear, all that stuff that gets in our way, and make holiday events like Halloween an everyday happy occurrence. Because why not? Life is short. It's too short to be grumpy.
I like the idea of feel-good activities, because, I mean, what thoughts are one thing, you got all kinds of thoughts in your head, but like just doing something. Sometimes you just, you can put the thoughts aside and I'm going to just be active with this feel-good activity. What is one feel-good activity we can all do today, right now? After this show's over, of course, not yet.
Feel-good activity? Okay. When you're feeling a little stressed, just step away. I know we have time to take a little break, like have a cup of tea, read something. This is something we can all do. Read something uplifting. Have pictures on your phone, those happy memories from vacations, from family gatherings. Take a minute and look at them. The iPhone makes it easy. They give you these happy memories as a little video. And something like that just helps you distract, because not always do we have time to take a walk around the block, which is another thing that really helps pause the active brain and just get away from whatever stress you're occurring. But I find looking at pictures just helps boost that happiness really quickly.
I like that. And look, you surround yourself with a whole bunch of happiness. There's fun, happy stuff on the walls behind you. There's the smiley face pillow.
Here it is. It's back.
I'm trying to find a happy. Okay, this will work. Yeah, I like this idea. Take a little break is exactly what we're going to take a break, walk away. I'm going to do coffee. You can do tea, but let's take a little happiness break, happy activity.
Hello, sunshine.
There
right?
you go. Find out, sign up for the newsletter and the complimentary worksheets. The Daily Decisions with an S.com /inspire. The Daily Decisions.com /inspire. Also, get on Amazon and grab that book, 6 Steps to Fewer Days That Suck. I like that. Deborah Mallow, it's always happy time, sunshine when you're on. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake. It's a pleasure. I look forward to coming back for the holidays.
Oh, yeah. When we get, please, we got to do that, Chris, when it gets towards like mid-December. Get back with us.
I definitely will. And then we have the New Year's reset that we could do too, which is quick tips to start your year off on a positive note.
Yes. I love that. It's a year-round thing. It's a holiday thing. It should be an everyday thing for all of us to be positive, think positive, and spread the sunshine. Thanks, Deborah. Have a great, positive day.
And you too, Jake, and everybody else. Happy Halloween. Enjoy the moments.
We got a break for news. We'll be right back on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Deborah.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The only elementary school in bar none is one of 2 Natrona County schools set to be closed, meaning kids would have to be bused to Casper. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that more than 30 parents, teachers, and students packed into the school board meeting on Monday night and appealed to the board to not close the elementary school and the Woods Learning Center.
One in Casper is an alternative program that has pods for classrooms where they have kindergarten and first grade together, second and third. They have kids that are mentors to the younger kids. And people that spoke at the meeting were very passionate about how this worked for their children. There were alumnus of the school that spoke, saying that it helped them, prepared them for high school. One was a Fulbright scholar that said he would never have achieved what he did unless he had gone to that school. So some very passionate remarks about the Woods Learning Center in Casper.
A final decision on the schools will be made at the board's November 10th meeting. The school board projects that these closures would save the district $1.7 million. 2 people seen in surveillance video near the Capitol about the time an explosive device was left there last week have been identified as subjects of interest and referred to prosecutors, DCI confirmed on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports the agency has made contact with these 2 individuals, but no arrests have been made.
2 subjects of interest in the case of the explosive left at the Wyoming Capitol building last week have been contacted by investigators from the Division of Criminal Investigation, or DCI. While these 2 individuals are still considered subjects of interest rather than suspects, they could be facing charges associated with carrying explosives, bringing them to a public place, and using an explosive to threaten someone or cause them bodily harm.
Now, if convicted, the crime is a felony, punishable by up to 10 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A wildlife filmmaker set up his cameras shortly after a bull elk died near Togety Pass to see what he could capture. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports videographer Jake Davis of Jackson captured a once-in-a-lifetime scene of the circle of life in the wild.
This was earlier this year during the depths of winter. He saw a bull elk that was in really bad shape. Apparently, he thinks it might have escaped an initial attack by wolves because it had a lot of wounds to its hindquarters. The elk was dead and his carcass was laying there. So he set up cameras around the spot and caught all kinds of cool footage. The wolves did eventually show up, but there were also foxes, ravens, golden eagles, coyote or 2, just all kinds of critters were coming in to get their share.
Davis tells Cowboy State Daily that one of the wolves actually picked up and moved a camera, and he did recover it with bite marks and all. The camera was not harmed. A rumor that Ukrainian President Zelensky is buying the 916,000-acre Pathfinder Ranch in Wyoming spread like wildfire on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the rumors aren't true, but an offer made by someone on the almost $80 million ranch is legit.
Some guy on X with some strange name made a post claiming that a company with ties to Zelensky was buying the Pathfinder ranches. I'm told by the real estate company that was an American cattle rancher.
The Pathfinder Ranch is massive, larger than the state of Rhode Island, and bigger than New York City and LA combined. And after an 8-year investigation, 10 people have been busted accused of faking Wyoming residency to get hunting tags in a Sweetwater County scam. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department announced the violations on Monday.
What it boiled down to is multiple individuals were lying about their Wyoming residency to get resident hunting tags versus non-resident hunting tags, which there's a significant price difference. The resident tags are far less expensive. And so they had been running this scam for a while, and they finally wrapped up the investigation. It looks like these people all took plea agreements, but some pretty serious charges against multiple individuals coming out of this.
A spokesperson from Game and Fish tells Cowboy State Daily that this is more common than people think because Wyoming is a bucket list destination for hunters across the country and the world. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds. Heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Okay, I'll lay off Casper Planet. Zuby says, hang on. She likes Casper Planet. She says they're good for a laugh. Out of respect for Zuby, longtime listener, I will reconsider my feelings towards Casper Planet. Stories resonating with Cowboy State Daily readers, according to the Facebook traffic. I think the biggest one of the day, or one of the biggest ones, 629 impressions. All of those a thumbs up, by the way. Every one of them. No hugs, no crying, no shock. All 629 thumbs up. 153 comments, 51 shares, all pretty much saying the same thing towards this story. The Gillette man who got 3 life terms at age 19 for his involvement in the killing of 2 people will not get resentenced. He was looking for a lighter sentence than 3 life terms. That's still a statistical anomaly to me. How do you serve 3 life terms? Once he dies in prison, they'll have to keep him there until he dies again, and then again. 3 life terms. Obviously, they'll run concurrently, because, I mean, you only get 1 shot here, and 3 life terms. Just to, as if that were extra punishment, you know? I can just see the judge. And that, probably you have to say that now because life never means life. Not with parole, early parole. If you're a model citizen in the joint, you'll get out early. You know, who really serves if you get 10 to 20, and these guys get out after 6 years because they mopped the floor really good while they were in prison and they didn't shank nobody. And they get out in 6 years as long as they wear an ankle bracelet. Now, that's not doing your sentence. 10 to 20 means 6. Life means 30. So judges now have to just go into pretend land and say, okay, we're giving you 3 life sentences, as if that's even possible. What does that even mean? Just say what you mean and do what you say. Life in prison means you're not getting out until you're dead. You're getting out feet first. That's it. You don't have to say 3 life terms. That just acknowledges the fact that that the justice system is messed up. Because 20 never means 20. It means 10. 15 means 7. You get jiggy with the numbers and you have to do stupid things like 3 life terms. Just serve the 1. Anyway, this dude went up before the Supreme Court and he said, I was only 19. My brain wasn't formed. Yeah. Christopher Hicks did not sway the Wyoming Supreme Court. He's now 39. This dates back to a murder of some kid, and then he murdered another one, 2 people dead. And I think they were young as well, but whatever. He killed 2 people, and he claims his 3 life sentences are cruel and unusual punishment. And most of the Cowboy State Daily readers that are chiming in on the Facebook page are saying, you know what was cruel and unusual? Killing 2 people. What about their mom and dad? What about their loved ones? Cruel and unusual was taking 2 lives, which you did, which you're convicted of, Christopher Hicks. That's cruel and unusual. And you were 19 years old when you did it. The other half of the people commenting in the Facebook page are saying 19 years old is an adult. That's perfectly old enough to understand that thou shalt not kill. We don't kill. We don't stab and shoot. And if we got to treat you like a baby because you're 19, Christopher, we don't stab each other. Put down the knife. This isn't kindergarten, man. You were 19, you killed 2 people. 3 life sentences, 33 life sentences, or 1, whatever. It's all the same. You ain't getting out. Wyoming Supreme Court said they're not going to resentence, not going to hear it. One thing that riles Wyoming folks is messing with our wildlife. This story also resonating with Cowboy State Daily readers, 574 impressions. Many of those expressing anger, the emoji that goes, and has got a red face. Some expressing shock. Open mouth emoji. 86 comments, 77 shares. Most of the comments are, hey, do the crime, do the time. Don't hunt and don't hunt without a tag. Don't fake things. Don't scam things. Hunt ethically and properly. Hunting violations for 10 people busted after an 8-year investigation by Game and Fish. That story by Mark Hines. I talked about it yesterday. Game and Fish announced it Monday that they had spent 8 years trying to get this guy, and they got him and his family and his friends. They were all scamming. They were all getting hunting tags in Sweetwater County. Meanwhile, none of them lived there. They pretended they did to get the in-state tag, which is significantly less costly than the out-of-state tags for a variety of animals. Plus, they were just killing stuff without tags, and they were just doing hunting every way wrong you can do it. And Game and Fish came down with a swift heel of justice. And they got a boot in the balls. They should get, I don't know, they should never be hunting again, not in any state. And everybody's happy with that. It looks like, for the most part, the comments are like, good. Good. Got enough people that are hunting unethically and bad. Like, it's not tolerated in Wyoming. Absolutely not. What other? Oh, I like this story. It's really cool. And we got to share, maybe we will. Let's go to it right now. We can share a little bit of the webcam stuff for the video crowd that are enjoying the show. If you're hearing this on the podcast or on radio, I encourage you to go to cowboystatedaily.com. Look for the story by Mark Hines called Death Feeds Life. Cameras capture wolves and other critters picking at an elk carcass, picking it clean. A wildlife filmmaker set up cameras to see what would happen with a dead bull elk. He said Jake Davis of Jackson told the Cowboy State Daily he got an unexpected opportunity of a lifetime. He came upon a wounded bull elk on Togety Pass in the Bridger Teton National Forest. He said the bull had nasty wounds on its hindquarters, telltale signs of a wolf attack. And he thought, boy, this bull elk is not going to live much longer. And he said it was difficult to watch the elk suffer, but he stayed back, let nature take his course. Finally, the bull died. And when it did, he thought this is a good opportunity to see what happens with a carcass. What animals would come and feed on it. He had an idea of what kind of predators and scavengers would come by to pick at the carcass, but he wanted to know for sure. So he set up cameras and tried to find out. And it was fascinating to learn what kind of animals would come by on the trail cam and pick at the bull elk. So there, I'm sharing a little bit of it, and I'll describe what I'm seeing in the video.
I saw this coyote track, so coyote's been here, but like
Jake Davis talks about how the coyotes maybe were first to arrive on scene and show interest. The birds get the eyes. That's the first. A bird comes and they love to eat the eyes. Ugh. I have noted that. There's all his cameras he's got spread out, a whole mess of trail cams. One of the wolves grabbed a camera and he wanted to eat that, trying to make off with the camera. It's a big old hawk. Is that a golden eagle? What is? Yeah, that's a golden eagle, which are huge. Golden eagles are gigantic. Look at the golden eagle tearing at this. He's like trying to pull it with his feet and his beak. He got a magpie on there as well a moment ago. There's the magpie. Definitely birds of prey going to be some of the first on. There's a fox who come by visiting the carcass. Fox showing interest, sniffing around. And then a wolf, one black wolf. He found it. Jake says a young black wolf, and he was joined by his friends not long after that. He found some buddies that were digging at this carcass.
in a way that seemed to be
Wow. Wolves, magpies, golden eagle,
feeding frenzy for other animals.
all the stuff you would think. And boy, you really get an up close. These are good cameras he's got. My goodness. Yeah, just fascinating stuff. What becomes of a carcass in the back country? Jake Davis set up cameras and yeah, he found out. Really cool. Interesting story. If just for the video alone, it's real insight into wildlife and the cycle of life, the circle of life. And it might be a little hard to watch early morning, but that bull elk carcass certainly went to good use, feeding a variety of critters. Don Day, our weather guy, is going to be here in a moment. I want to get ready for him because immediately after we have guests back to back to back to back to back. Oh, my, just guests coming up. So let's clear the palate, take a quick break here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday, hump day, and it's our Don Day weather forecast. Don, you are exactly right. You've told us this, you told Andrew Rossi this, and you'll keep preaching this until people listen. It's the sun angle, stupid. It's not the heat, it's the humidity. It's not the heat, it's the sun angle in winter. I drove through Yellowstone last Saturday going to and from Cody for a football game, and it was before the weather really got to Yellowstone. And the weather sometimes, when it's snowing and there's snow on the road, we all get it. We all slow down. We see. But it's when it's kind of 50-50, like you're cruising along real good in real good in Yellowstone's like 40. And yeah, there's so much shady spots in Yellowstone, and that shade, because the sun is hitting at a different angle, that shade, it's cold, it's ice there.
Right.
Oh, and I saw that.
You're going fast, and all you go from dry pavement to an icy patch, and it doesn't have to be more than 2 or 3 feet long, and you could run into trouble.
Yeah, and that sun angle in winter for sure. I have a question about the ground temperature and about when we see snow sticking to hard surfaces. When we get these early snows like we just had, you get an inch or two in it. It can sit on the deck of your home, maybe. It's on the top of the grass, but it can't really get hold on because there's still ground temperature that's warm enough from the summer, all the way back from that summer, holding temperature. When do we finally see that go away and the ground's cold and snow sticks?
Yeah, we're not far from that. It's usually the second half of November, early December. You have a reservoir of heat. This happens with water. I mean, the water holds the heat, and there's always a lag before we start to see those lakes start to ice up and keep that ice permanent. Same with the ground. You're retaining some of the heat from the summer season, but with that low sun angle again, bringing that up, not able to effectively really warm up the ground as we get into the second half of November, all the way up through early March. That's when things really get cold on the ground. That's when your lakes hold the ice. You notice a big increase in daylight late February and early March. And that's why March is the same thing. You'll get those March storms, but you'll get melting. You'll usually get a situation to where a March snowstorm can make things bad for a day or two, as compared to a really bad storm in December through February can clog up roads for several days because you're just not going to melt the snow.
Yeah. Okay, that's good to know. Also, give me an idea about, is there a difference between, let's say, Jackson, where I'm in a valley, and Torrington out there on the plains maybe, and a typical day like today. And Jackson's starting from real cold overnight lows. Yeah, we're going to get sunshine and some warmth, but it takes a while for the sun to lift out that heavy air that fell in the valley overnight. I can feel the air is like heavy and cold. And then I can feel
that dense air. Yeah, it always goes to the low places.
There's a point where I feel it lift and the sun finally breaks through and starts warming things. Does Torrington have the same thing? Do they get warmer quicker?
Well, they don't have mountain ranges surrounding them blocking the sun like you do, especially the southern extent. So yeah, but Torrington in that North Platte River Valley can certainly get quite cold in the winter and quite chilly at night as that cold air settles into the river valleys, much like it will a mountain valley. Cold air is just like water. Just think of it as water. It's always going to go to the lowest point of gravity. It's always going to sink to the low spots, and where it can have a reservoir, and that's, Jackson Hole's a big reservoir for cold air at night because the cold air comes off those mountain slopes at night and fills up the valley, and then you got to get the sun on it to break that inversion, we would call it, that you'll get set up here. And especially once you get snow on the ground in the valley, you know what it's like. Once that deeper snow cover comes in and it's early to midwinter, that's when you can really string some cold weather along there.
That's when you book the flight to Jamaica. By then, probably
after hurricane season.
Yeah, it's still not safe. Melissa's ripping through Cuba now. My goodness.
It's accelerated. I just took a look at Melissa actually, and it's really starting to move a lot more quickly now, which is good.
Yeah.
But it'll be picking up the pieces in Jamaica for sure, and parts of Cuba. Of course, we'll know about Jamaica. It's always hard to find out what actually happens in Cuba, but Cuba has gotten it pretty good on the eastern end.
Yeah. Here at home in Wyoming, a lot of sun today and starting to warm up. Temperatures rebound a little bit today and tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I mean the weather really for the next several days, it's all quiet. This is when you go, yeah, it would be nice to live in Jamaica, but now you're like, yeah, 40 degrees and sunny isn't bad.
Yeah.
In comparison, and that we're going to be 40s and 50s here for the next few days. Still looking good for Halloween. Just a little chilly, but we don't have any big storms or fronts queued up for a while. So enjoy it.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, Don, have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast looking pretty good in Wyoming. Let's get right back into the Zoom room and welcome in our next guest on the Cowboy State Daily Show, Donna. So nice to see you. You're sideways. I don't know if you can fix that or not. Some people can. Oh, there you go. Perfect.
All right.
Perfect as can be. Donna Van Leer. Donna is an accomplished New York Times USA Today best-selling author. She's an in-demand speaker, teacher, keynote speaker at countless events around the country. Most importantly, she's a woman of faith, first and foremost. So I appreciate that. Same. We serve a great king. Your book series, the Christmas books, Christmas Shoes, New York Times bestseller, right out of the chute. Christmas Blessing, Christmas Hope, Christmas Secret. Think the book version of like those Hallmark movies, the Lifetime television. In fact, many of these books have been turned into Hallmark and Lifetime TV movies. I'm excited for the new one. We'll talk about that in a moment, but so good to have you on. How's your day going so far?
Well, it's great, Jake. Thanks for having me on.
You bet. So tell me about the ideas to write. I know you were inspired long ago. And Donna, I hope you finished the book about the bear and his family. Despite Mike, your harshest critic, you got to finish that book.
No, I think what was that in second grade or something? No, that book was never finished. No, but I did discover, Jake, which was interesting. Actually, my husband found it. My mother recently passed away and we were cleaning out her home. And my husband found, when I was on the high school newspaper team, it was a public high school in Northeast Ohio. He found a little editorial I wrote about Christmas and how Jesus is the focus of Christmas. And I read it just this week and I thought, wow, I don't know if that could still happen in a public high school today. Not sure if we could write so boldly about Jesus, but that was back in 1985 that I wrote that.
Interesting. Probably too late to stuff it into this latest book, which is going to be the reason for this season, I think. Of all the Christmas stories you've written, they're more, I don't know where, I haven't read them. Sorry, Donna, but I don't know. Like, is there a message in there? Are they, secular? Are they of faith? Does faith ring out in the stories, or are they just Christmas happy and there's a moral to the story? I don't know. What is this series so far? All these Christmas books you've written.
Right. Well, this new one, Looking for Christmas, is quite different from the novels.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned some of them, but all of them, the Christmas Shoes, the Christmas Table, Christmas Town, all of them, actually, they have an element of faith. Not only are they moral stories, but there is an element of faith in all of them. And all of those books were with a mainstream publisher. And I'm very grateful that they actually embraced those novels and got them out to the public. Because I did want to make the novels as realistic as you can, when you're writing fiction, but to also get the message out there about Christmas and about the reason that we celebrate Christmas.
Isn't it funny, Donna? And it's not funny, but I guess it's pretty typical to convince publishers, to convince editors, to convince the Hollywood execs to promote a story about that, you're more likely to get feedback like, there's too much God in this one, too much, tone that aspect down. But you found a place where it was okay, it was safe. You got an alignment with a great publisher, and now look at you. You're pushing the envelope. The new book, Looking for Christmas, is going to really hit people harder over the head, I guess, with the reason for this season, and it's the whole nativity, it's the whole birth of Jesus. Like, what's this book going to be about? Is it out yet? It's not out yet, right?
No, it is. It is out.
Oh,
yes, it is currently out, and it's called Looking for Christmas, a search for the joy and hope of the nativity. And I take people right into the nativity account in Matthew and in Luke, and we look at Joseph and Mary and bring their stories to life, and Zechariah and Elizabeth and even King Herod. I look at him, and I look at Bethlehem and Nazareth, the shepherds and the Magi, and we take a look at all of the people and all of the places involved in the nativity. And we get to the heart of the matter, Jake. And the heart of the matter is that Jesus came to be about his Father's business. And the Father's business was to seek and save those who are lost. And it started right there in the manger. The wise men sought him out. The wise men, who were Gentiles, sought out this baby king. They even said, "We are looking for the King of the Jews. Where is he?" They knew exactly who he was. And so there at the manger, there were Jews and Gentiles that were bowing before King Jesus. And it's the greatest story. You know, Jake, it's the greatest story that's ever been told. And it is the salvation story that Jesus came for us.
Yeah, and you don't think this was a significant moment in history? The good guys knew who was coming. They saw the star. Even the bad guys, King Herod, knew who was coming, and he put out the order to go kill all the first 1 year and 2 year old. Like, he wanted to make sure. It's a fascinating story. If I got to be back in time, if I got to live another life back in that time, I want to be one of the wise men. I just feel like that would be the coolest role, to kind of know, to follow a sign, and then to find, the Savior in, not in the hotel room.
Right. Right.
What a story. So I'm excited. Is this the first time you've departed from the fiction thing? Is this going to be, this obviously not fiction for us, but
yeah, no, I've written other nonfiction books as well. And I love to write as long as it's a story. Like, I wrote the biography of Space Shuttle Columbia Commander Rick Husband. That's called High Calling.
Oh.
I wrote that. It was the story of his life. So I love to write stories, and I just, keep at it. I recently wrote, well, actually it came out the year of COVID, which is not a great year to release a book, Jake. But we didn't see that coming. Trilogy about what Jesus calls the end of times. And so the first 2/3 of the book is fiction about what the world would look like at that time. And then the last 1/3 of each book it's called Where in the Word, and I take people directly into the Bible to discover what the Word has to say about the times that we live in. And that trilogy is called The Time of Jacob's Trouble, The Day of Ezekiel's Hope, and Daniel's Final Week. And again, that's a blend of fiction and nonfiction.
Wow. We're talking to Donna Van Leer, not only an accomplished author, but an in-demand speaker. In fact, I saw you speaking a little bit in Franklin, Tennessee, maybe somewhere in Tennessee. And you were speaking on the book that many seasoned pastors want to avoid. Many of us are like, Revelations. Oh man, we don't want to go near that with a long stick. It's complicated. It's a tough to unpack, but you were speaking on Revelations. That's a book to tackle, man.
Right. Yeah. No, I love Revelation. A lot of people say it's allegory, but if it was allegory, God would have told us that. He said that throughout his word. He would call something a parable, or he would say this is allegory. No, it's 100% truth, and we will see all of that line up according to God's great will and plan for this world. But yeah, I love Revelation. It says we receive a blessing, Jake, when we actually read it. And when we read it out loud, we receive a blessing.
You talk about growing up in cold Ohio, waiting for the bus. That must have left quite an impression on you, waiting for that dang bus. And now you're in Tennessee. Do they have a Christmas in Tennessee? Do you get snow? Probably not.
Yeah, well, yeah, sometimes, we may get a little sifting of snow that'll come down. And sometimes we have had, significant snow coverage, but it never lasts here like it did in Northeast Ohio, because the temperatures warm up pretty quickly here. And so it'll melt. But yeah, nothing like those Ohio winters that I grew up in. Those Northeast Ohio winters, those are cold.
The new book, Looking for Christmas, if you're familiar with Donna Van Leer, if you've been reading her Christmas fiction series, you've enjoyed those. This is a bit of a departure, a little bit different. Looking for Christmas welcomes you to a richer, more meaningful connection with what Christmas is truly about. Who's this book for, Donna? For for those who think Christmas is just, you know, shopping at Walmart and Amazon and that's the holiday, maybe they can maybe they should start with the Christmas series movies and have a spark come on. But for those of us who maybe like we understand there is Jesus, there was a Savior. He's born on, well, we celebrate on Christmas Day. We kind of understand why he had to come and had to be born of a virgin. We sort of get that, but we're not quite. And many of us, and I know I do, Donna, when it comes Christmas time, we get caught up in the commercialism of Christmas and we forget about the true reason. So the reminder is Looking for Christmas, the book. I think that'd be great for me. Who did you have in mind when you wrote it? Who were you speaking to?
Well, I did have you in mind, Jake, but I also had that person in mind who may be just rushing through the airport or through the aisles of a store, and they happen to glimpse the title "Looking for Christmas," and they know deep down they are looking for that. They're looking for the joy and the hope of Christmas. They're looking for the truth of Christmas. And I wanted this book to be short. It's only 122 pages long, I believe. And at the end, I wanted to take people directly into the salvation message. So if anyone doesn't know Jesus as their Savior, by the end of the book, they can know who he is. They can call on his name and they can receive him. They can believe in him. So really, it's for that person that's sitting in the pew that may be losing the meaning of Christmas, because we do get caught up in what you were talking about, you know, the gifts and the shopping and the food. So it's for that person, but it's also for that person who's genuinely looking. They're looking for the peace of Christmas that only the Prince of Peace himself can bring. So I wrote it with both those people in mind. And again, Jesus's mission was to come to seek and save those who are lost. So it is my prayer, Jake, that many people will come to Jesus as a result of reading this tiny little book.
Yeah, speaking of caught up in the commercialism and the shallowness of the Christmas we get now, we're caught up earlier and earlier. It's not even Halloween, and we're saying like Christmas trees are out in the store. I heard my first Christmas jingle. I'm like, not already. Let at least Thanksgiving go by. But not too early to be thinking about it if it's for real. If you are looking for Christmas, a real Christmas, and the nativity story, check out Looking for Christmas. Where can we buy it? Amazon, Barnes & Noble, everywhere you get books?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, wherever books are sold, any online store, or of course, there's not a lot of brick and mortar stores left today, but it should be in stores as well.
Donna, one last thing I just thought of. I always ask this of authors that have had their work turned into TV, turned into movies. How do you think... How did that process go when you had some of your books turned into TV, movies turned into movies? How did you like the casting? Did you enjoy it in the end? Did you say, yeah, they were true to the story and I loved who played this person?
Well, the first script that I read, The Christmas Shoes, CBS television, did that one. And after I read the script, I told my husband, I said, I wonder if they read the book.
Yeah.
They it so much. And by the time the last one was done, like Hallmark picked up the last book that was turned into a movie. And the only thing they got right, Jake, was the main character's name. That's it. They changed everything else, everything. So I even thought, why did they even, take this novel to turn it into a movie? I didn't understand that. So I always said, if they maintain the theme of the book, then I'm happy. And so for the most part, they did. They maintained the theme of the book. So that's what I go with. I always encourage people, read the book instead of watching the movie.
Good idea. Get it straight from Donna. Donna Van Leer, read the books and find out the true meaning of Christmas. I'm excited for the new one, Looking for Christmas. Thanks for being on, and have a blessed day, a blessed Halloween, which, that's for others maybe. I'm not a Halloween guy. And have a great Christmas. Hey, when it gets closer, maybe come on again. Don't be a stranger, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That's Donna Van Leer on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to bust out of here for a commercial break. Speaking of commercialism, it does pay the bills. And coming on here, I think Andrew Rossi will be up next. That ought to be fun. We'll be right back with more on the show.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. It's October 29. Let's take a look at what happened on this day in history as we wait for Andrew Rossi to pop in. 1897, oh, wait a minute. That's an old one. Well, I might not have my ducks in a row yet. That wouldn't be the first time, right? Yeah, that was yesterday's. What am I doing? Today is, I got to turn the page on the calendar. Isn't this the day the stock market crashed? October 29th? It's National Cat Day. Oh, well, I got a cat here. They'll be happy to hear that. National Cat Day. If you ask any cat, every day is National Cat Day. It's all about them. The world revolves around the cat. 1890 this day, 2 silver-tipped bear cubs brought into Laramie from Laramie Peak were sold. That's back in the day where we didn't quite respect wildlife like we should. I mean, we went from selling bears to feeding bears in Yellowstone to now we just run away from them as fast as we can. 1917 on this day, record cold struck throughout the West. For instance, Soda Butte, Wyoming. Temperature fell to minus 33 degrees on this day, October 29th. That, by the way, is a U.S. record for the coldest temperature ever recorded in the month of October anywhere in the country. Not counting Alaska, probably. Coldest, maybe, I don't know, coldest U.S. record in October. Soda Butte, minus 33 on this day. Golly. In Lander, temperature fell to minus 14 degrees on this day. And in Cheyenne, 2 degrees above zero was the warmest you got today, 1917. Ooh, that is cold. 1928, Jack City, or Jacques City, longtime Wyoming politician, educator, was born in Marseille, France. He entered the United States by serving in the U.S. Air Force, which he had joined overseas. Jacques City, born on this day in France, 1928. And yeah, this is the stock market crash. 1929, October 29, 1929, stock market crash, sending the U.S. and Canada into the Great Depression. Globally, the Depression had already began in Germany and other countries, but boy, the stock market, when it plummeted on this day, that was the beginning of our Great Depression. 1942, this day, Alcan opened as a military highway. That's that Alaska-Canada highway that you'll drive. Speaking of Alaska, if you want to visit one of our 50 states, you got to sail or fly there. That's Hawaii. And if you want to visit Alaska from the United States, you got to go through another country and you got to drive the Alcan, the Alaska-Canada Highway. It opened this day in 1942, and it was quite an achievement in the day to build. It's very, very long, obviously, and it's quite an achievement to plow it, to keep it clear of snow, I would imagine. This day, 1943, the National Housing Agency approved 100 trailers for Casper, Wyoming, as essential immigrant war workers were housed there, 1943. This day in 1950, more winter weather, as significant snowstorms struck northern Wyoming on this day, 1950. Also in 1950, on October 29th, Powell's acting chief, Tony Nelson, a World War I veteran, died of a heart attack while responding to a call for assistance from two other officers. 1993, this day, Fennis Dembo. Who doesn't remember that guy? Former University of Wyoming basketball player, inducted into the Wyoming Athletics Hall of Fame on this day. Fennis Dembo, one of the greats to ever play basketball anywhere, and we'll never forget him in Wyoming. 1993, into the Wyoming Athletics Hall of Fame on this day. All these things happened this day in history, October 29. That takes us now to Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today on the show, Megan McLeod Sprague of Marsing, Idaho. She's knocked on the door a number of times to go to the National Finals Rodeo. Well, this year, she goes for the very first time. Ranked number 5 in the world. We talk about, in the past, her juggling motherhood and being a barrel racer. Great discussion coming up next.
Of the 5.2 million sheep in the United States, 923,000 of them are still in Idaho, Nevada, Utah, and Wyoming. That's why the West Central States Wool Growers Convention is so important. It remains dedicated to providing cutting-edge and high-quality information for attendees in an effort to help improve lamb and sheep production in the West. And this year's convention is November 6th through the 8th in Cody, Wyoming. For more information and to get registered, visit the Wyoming Wool Growers Association's website. Farmers and ranchers know that fall is more than just a season. It's the payoff of a year's hard work and the start of the next. Through the long days and the changing seasons, your dedication keeps our community strong. At the Western Ag Network, we're proud to stand with you every step of the way, sharing your story, supporting your operation, and keeping agriculture connected across the West. Western Ag Network, where the heart of farming and ranching is always on our airwaves and social media channels.
You know, I would say you're the kind of lady that being a mom is a wife and a mom. Her husband's name's Buck, and a daughter named Marky, and a son named Smokey, and they're the most important things in your life, right?
Oh, absolutely. And, it's fun because, I used to, and I think we all do this, right? But when I was younger, I wanted, I had these big aspirations of being this, however many times NFR qualifier by the time I was 30 and, all this stuff. And then, when life happens and these things get thrown at you and it just, it doesn't work. And I could have left home and left my kids at home and gone and rodeoed. I darn sure had a dang nice horse in those years. That I think really, if I would ever given him the opportunity, might have been the first one to get me there. But I chose not to do that. It wasn't nothing against anybody who does choose to do it. It just wasn't right for me. And, and because they're so important. And I think now looking back on it, one of the most special things about this is both my kids being 9 and 13 this is going to be a huge memory for them too. And, showing them that, gosh, just because I'm in my 40s doesn't mean you can't accomplish your dreams.
Megan McLeod Sprague of Idaho on her way to her very first National Finals rodeo. More discussion with her in future episodes of the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, keep an eye on Megan and her horse Jager as we get into National Finals Rodeo a couple months from now. Jager is for real, even fast horse. Let's go from horses to cats. We just said it was National Cat Day. It's never National Black Cat Day. There's a black cat bias, and it's for real. Andrew Rossi would have talked about it had he been on the show. I don't know where he is. Possibly he is busy with the theater life. I think I talked to Chance Bond the other day. Chance knows Andrew. Everybody knows Andrew and Cody. And Chance thinks that he might be in a play in theater because Andrew's like a theater guy, famous actor. We're lucky to have him on the show at all. He usually gets paid to appear. But yeah, he's a real good actor, Andrew Russ. He may be doing some holiday show at the theater up in Cody. I don't know. Maybe that's why he's blowing us off. But his story about black cat bias is real, and it prevents black cats from being adopted in Wyoming animal shelters, even during Halloween season, even as some animal shelters restrict adoptions of black cats during the month of October for fear that people are adopting a black cat in the month of October for all the wrong reasons. The black cat associated with witchcraft, bad luck, harbingers of death. They're kind of taboo. I don't know. What do you think? Does the black cat taboo? If you're a cat person, now there's going to be some people who say, I don't care what color it is. I'm not, no cats. I'm a dog person. But if you're a cat person, if you're not Abby's not going to adopt any color cat. If you're cat inclined and you appreciate the cat, do you have a black cat thing? Does that even occur to you? The black cat crosses your path. You got to do the sign of the cross. Are you somebody who doesn't walk under ladders? Are you don't want to break glass? You're throwing salt over your shoulder. Are you one of them? Does the black cat taboo reach any of those levels of superstition for you? Are you never going to live on the 13th floor of a apartment condo Well, if you're in Wyoming, you're not going to live on the 13th floor of anything. We don't build them that high here, but you know what I mean. Do you really think there's a black cat taboo mystique, or would you never own a black cat? Would you say, oh, I love cats, the more the better? Ooh, but that black one, get that away from me. I used to have a black cat. I used to own a black cat. You never really own cats. The cat owned me. But yeah, I used to have a black cat. I didn't think nothing of it. But there was one Spanish animal shelter, for instance, and they're not the only one. Animal Welfare Services in Terrassa. It's a town north of Barcelona. They temporarily banned black cat adoptions from October 1st through November 10th. That's to protect black cats from being used in rituals or weird stuff during Halloween. I get that. In Wyoming, no such relationship exists. They don't worry about Halloween and the black cat. In fact, Rachel Christensen, executive director of Second Chance Sheridan Cat Rescue, says we actually had a Halloween adopting promotion. We were trying to get black cats adopted during Halloween because it's hard to get them adopted out, harder than any other colored cat. So October, fine. July, great. Just adopt the black cat. The historic symbolism of black cats, yeah, that's part of it. I don't think it's such a thing, but I guess it is a thing. Good story from Andrew Rossi. Check that out in the Cowboy State Daily. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to pause for top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll catch you right on the other side. Don't go far. We got a lot of special guests coming up next hour. You're going to enjoy this.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A rumor that Ukrainian President Zelensky is buying the 916,000-acre Pathfinder Ranch in Wyoming spread like wildfire on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the rumors aren't true. However, there is an offer made by someone on the almost $80 million ranch.
Some guy on X with some strange name made a post claiming that a company with ties to Zelensky was buying the Pathfinder ranches. He didn't attribute any of that information to anybody. It pointed you to a website that looked exactly like the Swan Land Company, but the address was .us instead of .com. I'm told by the real estate company that was an American cattle rancher. So it's going back into cattle ranching.
The Pathfinder Ranch is massive, larger than the state of Rhode Island and bigger than New York City and LA combined. With the federal government shutdown going into a month now, the federal government's suspension of SNAP benefits has blue states suing the Trump administration. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that in Wyoming, the Freedom Caucus and State Representative Trey Sherwood, a self-described grassroots Democrat out of Laramie, have responded by quoting the same Bible verse.
They're both quoting the Gospel of Matthew, where Jesus calls for people to go out and serve the needy, saying he's represented in the needy. And the reason they're doing that is perhaps in part because there's not a lot the Wyoming legislature can do in its political function right now.
Now, the U.S. Department of Agriculture announced early Tuesday that federal Supplemental Nutritional Program Assistance, or SNAP benefits, also known as food stamps, won't be distributed starting November 1st as scheduled because of the federal government's weeks-long shutdown. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. After an 8-year investigation, 10 people have been busted accused of faking Wyoming residency to get hunting tags in a Sweetwater County scam. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department announced the violations on Monday.
Multiple individuals were lying about their Wyoming residency to get resident hunting tags versus non-resident hunting tags, which there's a significant price difference. The resident tags are far less expensive. And so they had been running this scam for a while, and they finally wrapped up the investigation. It looks like these people all took plea agreements.
A spokesperson for Game and Fish tells Cowboy State Daily that this is more common than people think because Wyoming is a bucket list destination for hunters from across the country and the world. A man who was convicted of conspiracy to commit 2 murders at age 19 is not getting his sentences overturned. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the Wyoming Supreme Court wasn't swayed by science, Christopher Hicks claimed, shows that a 3 life-term sentence for someone so young is cruel and unusual punishment.
Scientific discoveries over the past 19 years or so, 18 years, have shown us that 19-year-olds' brains are very similar to that of juveniles. And we have court decisions saying you can't put juveniles away for, let's say, 3 consecutive life sentences. And so he's saying, if my brain's the same as juveniles, then shouldn't I get another chance to argue sentencing? And the high court said, these questions of science are better put to lawmakers who can change the law. We're just going to interpret it in its context, and that means you don't get a new sentencing hearing.
Now, the idea is not unprecedented. Cases have been tried and won in Illinois, Massachusetts, and Washington state in recent years based on emerging neuroscience and similar constitutional arguments. And Cheyenne residents are debating the level of a joint effort between the police and sheriff's office SWAT response on Monday to a man barricaded in a building armed with a knife. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports some residents call it extreme, while others say they're glad.
A business owner who saw the SWAT team response told Cowboy State Daily he wanted no part in that action and wanted to stay as far away as possible. A neighbor along that road, however, said they were glad to see such a strong police presence because it means that their community is being kept safe.
Authorities say that once the SWAT team was called to the scene, the barricaded suspect surrendered and was taken into custody without incident. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show on a chilly Wednesday, but sunshine and warmer temps. We're starting to warm up around here. I mean, it's not t-shirt weather anymore, but it'll be a comfortable day. Claire McFarland should be here momentarily if I've got my notes in order. She'll talk about her stories. The Gillette teen that was denied a resentencing by the Wyoming Supreme Court. He was sentenced to 3 life terms in prison at age 19 for the murder of 2. His part in the murder of 2 people. I was talking earlier in the show about the absurdity of more than 1 life sentence. We have but 1 life to live, so if you're punished to surrender 3 of your lives, that's just overkill. It's unnecessary. It's silliness. It's nonsense. But it's one of those judicial things that have to be done because judicial is all nonsense. When you sentence someone, yeah. Well, let's get Claire here. We'll see what Claire says. Claire will say everything I'm saying is nonsense, I would imagine. But that's how you get to this notion there can be 3 life sentences. Claire McFarland, what's going on with your Wednesday?
I just grabbed some coffee and it's a beautiful day. How are you?
Roger that. Look at you're like in a sleeveless deal. It's 11 degrees here right now.
Oh, well, that's why I don't live in nature's armpit.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm not in Rock Springs.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, the view is better. That's the only difference.
Yeah, true. The view is better. You standing on your pile of money in Jackson Hole, you could really see everything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I got a wood fire going.
Oh, good.
I had a blazer on, but I put too much wood in the fire.
Mm-hmm. All right, I like that. I was talking about the absurdity of what is the judicial system. When we pretend there is such a thing as 3 life sentences, you have but 1 life to give and live, and I don't know how you do 3. Here's how you do 3, because judges don't do what they say and say what they mean. When they tell you 10 to 20 and you're out in 6.
Yeah, 2/3 is good time, but then there's a parole transition. Yeah, but the 3 life sentences is like nominal.
But I mean, can you not? Life is life. If you do life without parole and bang the gavel, that's life without parole. You're caged forever.
He is caged forever.
Yeah.
We're talking about Chris Hicks.
So what do we need 3
involved
for?
in 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's sentencing technicality, but yes, we're talking about Christopher Hicks, his role in the murder of 2. He was asking Wyoming Supreme Court to consider cruel and unusual, consider the fact that he was sentenced at age 19. At that time, he was on the cusp of juvenile. Your brain's not fully formed. Science will say that. What did SCOTUS say, though?
Not SCOTUS, Scowie.
Scowie.
Yeah.
State Supreme. Yep.
Yeah, it's yeah. You've heard my joke. I won't make it again. It's not a Scowie. Okay, so this was so many cogs. 41-page opinion, fascinating. And I left out some like the debate over the threshold issues, why it was in court to begin with. Just like a Rube Goldberg, this opinion was, you know.
Because it has a chance to be seminal in a way, or precedent, or the books behind the shelf of any lawyer that's precedent stuff. There's a reason why those books are there. Because did the lawyer of the defendant get the idea because it's been done in other states? Like, oh, they sentenced this kid when he was 19. He's too young.
I can't speak to the other states, but she did correctly note that the U.S. Supreme Court has used like an evolving standard of decency to weigh cruel and unusual punishment sentencing questions. And it's very tantalizing to Wyoming appeal attorneys that our Constitution, the Wyoming State Constitution, doesn't say cruel and unusual. It protects you from cruel or unusual punishment. So if it's cruel punishment, the Constitution protects you. If it's unusual punishment, it doesn't have to be and. It doesn't have to be both, like under the 8th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, right? And so these appeals attorneys, and there's another case now pending, they're tantalized, like, we can flesh this out. We can explore this. Now, the Wyoming Supreme Court was like, yeah, we want to be different. Our Constitution is different. That cut both for and against Hicks, right? It got him back into the courts, but it also, the Wyoming Supreme Court was like, hey, no, we have a different Constitution. That means different wording, but it also means we don't have to adopt this evolving standards of decency thing that the U.S. Supreme Court is using to, and now they didn't put it this strongly, but is using to tweak legislation from the bench. the Wyoming Supreme Court was like, we're going to be more deferential toward our legislature. We're going to be more hands-off. That dates back to pre-statehood territorial Supreme Court tradition. And so they were a little like, just a little bit of a waltz, right? One step up and two steps back. So they're like, yeah, it probably gives you broader protections, but also it separates us from this softer standard. Just the waltz of law. But
I can see you totally with eyes wide open reading the entire 40-plus page decision.
I read it Monday, and I read it again. And I read it Monday, and I was like, holy crap. And I read it again Tuesday, and I was like, ooh. But so the Wyoming Supreme Court, however tantalizing this wording is to the appeals attorneys, they didn't go that far. They were like, okay, look, for purposes of this case, this wording probably is more protective, but they didn't go all the way and like, this is more protective and here's how. They kind of played with it, and the whole thing was very malleable.
So they said no resentencing. Your argument regarding brain development at age 18, 19, the difference, that's a sign. They did leave the door open, maybe a crack. They said, take it up with science, take it up with, that doesn't belong. That's not a sentencing thing.
Questions of science are for you to lobby before the legislature, not pry open cracks in the law, is basically the conclusion. They were like, look, we're going to look at what the Constitution says. We're going to look at what the legislature says. If you have new findings of science, tell lawmakers. And that's where that deference comes in. Like, we're not going to touch. Good luck with the legislature. I don't see that going over well.
Very interesting. Let's talk about this story. It's doing really well on Facebook. Well, meaning like lots of people commenting, most of the comments regarding the burglar who shot a Riverton shop manager gets 23 to 30 in prison, meaning he'll do 3 years? No, that's not the math. But a lot of people are saying that he got off lightly, or including the wife of the guy who was shot. She's like, oh man, 23 to 30. That was attempted murder, but that's not what the charge was, and that's not what the plea deal was. We're talking about a guy who is a habitual. I mean, he's got a rap sheet.
Yeah, aggravated burglary is usually 5 to 25. But you get that habitual criminal designation tacked on there. It's 10 to 50, if I recall correctly. Yeah. And so Hancock was able to ask for the 30. He agreed not to ask for the 50. He agreed to cap it at 30. And some people are like, holy crap. I'm not going to wade into that. There's arguments both sides, putting someone in a box for 3 decades versus everyone on Facebook wanting to put him in a wood chipper. But I will talk about this case. The reason I've clung to this one so long and I took it up in the first place and I really pried it open was, I'm sorry that I always subject everyone to Riverton bias. I'm in love with my town. And this Riverton guy was like, oh, you ain't robbing my boss's business, Right. Went out, find the guy on the road, confronts him about the freaking keys that he, stole, and is like, what's in the bucket? And then he's getting shot at. He ducks, and then the bullet, and then he's like driving in reverse, like he knows he's been shot at, knows he's been shot. He sent me a picture of the shrapnel in his arm during our interview at the time. So he's like, I don't know, just very fast and furious in the movieist sense of the term. And it's the most Riverton thing I've ever read.
It definitely is. Read about the story, what got us there, what got us to trial, and what got us to the sentencing. But yeah, I think, Claire, it's somewhere in the middle. Don't think he got off with a wrist slap. Don't think he got the wood chipper, but he did get somewhere in the middle, 23 to 30 for shooting at someone. I mean, you point a gun. I'm not perfect, and I can't write a book about every case, but a book could be written about nearly every case, right? Go to the Facebook, when you are in your Facebook profile and you have a keyboard on your fingers, consider that. A book could be written about every case. I'm not speaking to this one specifically. I'm just saying, if you're going to be the guy that's like, put him in a wood chipper,
I think that you're only entitled to call for someone to be put in a wood chipper if you know everything about the case. If you know everything about the case and they still deserve to be put in a wood chipper, in your view, that's fine. Say that. But I just sometimes I'm like, y'all don't know everything. I wrote as much as I could, short form journalism. I don't know. It's just, it's something about our fellow man that wants blood.
Yeah.
If you still want blood after you know everything, then let there be blood.
Yeah, but get to that point. Like, who among us, we're ready to cast stones pretty fast on the socials without just reading a headline, and we're ready. I feel good with commenting here. I don't think any of us have. Let's. What else can we talk about? Oh, dang! I clicked on the wrong button. Now I lost all your stories. Oh, snap! A week ago, I said one of the consequences of the government shutdown, in some ways we barely notice it, but coming in November, those on SNAP, those on Food Assistance Program SNAP will feel it because there's going to be no money in it. And the SNAP fallout, interesting, this is one of the few times, the only time when Wyoming Democrats and the Freedom Caucus will actually come in alignment, come in agreement. They both use the same Bible sentence. Oh my, the same Bible statement.
Verse.
For
when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink. Yeah, it's Jesus saying that he's represented in the poor and needy, and he marks how you treat them. And you should imagine that you're dealing with him when you're dealing with them. But so Trey Sherwood, grassroots Democrat, very small business community groundswell. Let's roll our sleeves up, Democrat. And the Wyoming Freedom Caucus, of course, the social conservative caucus, that voices Christian views very often. They were posting essentially the same Bible verse, that one, and the same message, like, hey, let's get out there and help people. And I think that's interesting. It in part speaks to this Wyoming neighborliness that really shines in some of these smaller communities. And it also speaks to the utter futility that they're facing as lawmakers, because without going to special session, they really can't do a lot from their political chairs. I almost said thrones, but it's a citizen legislature, so that's not fair. They can't do a lot from that vantage without going to special session. I don't think we're going into special session. We had an absolute throwdown about going into special session during COVID. I don't think SNAP is going to do it. But I think that's when, and that's interesting to me. I asked Mike Yin, I was like, okay, this darkness, this dire circumstances some people find themselves in, is that enough to bridge political gaps? And he said he was hopeful. Tom Kelly was like, no, it's going to feed debate even more.
Right. It has potential to do both, because could it get an accordance between senators in D.C., or is it going to drive them even further apart? Yeah. And it does highlight the fact that a Wyoming traditional way of thinking is you help those in need. So you got Washington, D.C., you got big government saying, we can't figure it out, so you guys help each other, is basically what we're saying now when it comes to SNAP.
And I just wonder, nope, I'm not gonna.
Okay. You want to go to your favorite thing to do is correct me when I'm only partially right or mostly wrong, let's say. Here's my take on this. Federal appeals court says Wyoming THC ban is legal and it rules against sellers. Colorado says have all the pot you want. We're going to sell it right on Main Street in the shop. And Wyoming says we're going to sell just a little bit of pot that has just a little bit of hemp pot. And I guess the judge says you can't even do that.
If it's under 0.3% dry weight THC, and that's Delta 8 or Delta 9, it's either or, and then you can sell it. But more than that, a natural or a synthesized concentration. So what they're doing is they're taking the Delta 8 manufacturers, not shopkeepers, are taking the Delta 8, which the Farm Bill does not address.
as it occurs in nature, it's a little less concentrated, it's a little less potent psychoactive component. And they were synthesizing it in the stronger concentration so they could get around the farm bill, right? And so you have in gas stations Delta-8 products that could get you high or cause you issues. And legislature was like, heck no. And so they monkeyed with the words and banned it. And these shopkeepers were like, whoa, you're preempted by federal law. Turns out, according to the 10th Circuit, you have to invoke a right to say that we were preempted by federal law. And then they were like, oh, this is the fun one, because the Fifth Amendment. The Fifth Amendment is inscribed somewhere on one of my internal organs, I think.
I bet it is.
The Fifth Amendment says private property shall not be taken without just, or for public use without just compensation. It's passive voice, very broad. It doesn't say who's doing what. It just says, this is not to be done. Yeah. And so they were like, this amounts to a regulatory taking. You burden us with such rules that you take in our livelihoods. 10th Circuit didn't go for it, saying traditionally the U.S. Supreme Court applies that to real property, not private.
Incredible. That's Claire McFarland of the Cowboy State Daily Show. And I know you're not sports ball, but this Friday, Fremont County going to be jumping with some football. In Riverton, you guys are hosting. Your Riverton Wolverines going to be playing football. And in Lander, your Lander Tigers will be hosting Jackson. I'll be there to call that game. I'll be in Lander. I'm going to do some golfing at the Lander Golf Course on Sunday because it's going to be 66 and sunny. Can you believe it?
Okay. Well, if you have time, let's do coffee.
Yes, I will try.
All right.
Thanks, Claire.
See ya.
Cowboy State Daily Show is Claire McFarland on this Wednesday. And we're going to go to Alex Petrino in a moment. I got to take a quick break. You're going to enjoy this. Alex Petrino next after this.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on a Wednesday. We welcome in Alex Petrino, the better half of Jared, as you can certainly see. Alex, I thought we would like switch roles and have you talk about the Cowboys football team and have Jared talk about but I won't throw that wrench in it.
I appreciate that.
Great piece you wrote, guest column in the Cowboy State Daily. Go read it if you haven't already. Alex Petrino, mental health is education, and Wyoming shouldn't cut what keeps students learning. This young lady would know, president of the Wyoming Counseling Association. She writes about education, mental health, and public policy in Wyoming. Just the statement, this sentence is our launching point, Alex. Students cannot learn if they don't feel safe and supported. Start there.
Yeah, essentially, if our students don't have the things that they need, if they don't feel safe, if they don't have food, if they are coming into the classroom, if they're feeling anxious, if they are experiencing trauma, if they don't have their basic needs met, they are not going to be able to learn. And that's essentially where we are coming from. Our students need to be safe. They need to have their basic needs met. And so that's the basic of the article. And that's where I'm coming from, especially as our legislators are meeting in Casper this week to discuss recalibration.
And we know there's doging, there's fiscal responsibility. These lawmakers talking about cutting, and not spending wildly. But, careful where you cut. Already we're seeing some disturbing numbers from many students that school counselor or social worker is the only mental health professional these kids will ever see. And the student to school counselor ratio is around 300 to 1. And what are the problems? That means everything is heaped on teachers, and that stresses them out. They're supposed to be educated. They're supposed to be teaching, and they got to handle other issues. So, we shouldn't be cutting. We should be increasing, right, Alex?
Correct. And, the national goal is we want school counseling that the ratio to be 250 to 1. And ideally, our school counselors should be working on IEPs. Our school counselors should be working on some group curriculum, and our teachers should be teaching. I think ultimately our teachers want to be focused on the academics, and I don't want to speak for the teachers necessarily, but our teachers should be focusing on teaching. And I think everyone agrees with that. But we need also another touch point. We need real counselors. We need other social workers doing the mental health work in addition to school counseling. And our school counselors should not be doing the dual role of also doing counseling as well. So we need the extra piece in there too. Our school counselors are overburdened. Our teachers are overburdened too with also trying to manage the behaviors. We need the extra piece in there too.
We're talking to Alex Petrino, president of Wyoming Counseling Association. Alex, give me an idea. We had a professional on, I think just last week, talked about these teens, preteens, middle-aged and high school kids, middle school and high school kids that are dealing with stuff we couldn't have imagined back when we were kids. It's just really tough. And the numbers are just shocking across the nation and in Wyoming. 1 in 10 middle school kids have thought about suicide or attempted. It's just, and it doesn't have to get to that extreme. Give me an idea of what these kids, what is a symptom of behavioral health? What does that look like? What are the kids dealing with, struggling with?
A lot of anxiety and a lot of depression. Sometimes we see it in acting out behaviors, which it might be anger, it might be like disruptive classroom behaviors, but often a lot of times we see it in isolation. We might see some self-harming behaviors. We might see a lot of like social withdrawal. We might see some where I'm nervous. I've never done an interview before, so this is new for me. We might see some like social kind of acting out as well. And the suicide is a problem in our state. We are second in the nation with suicide, which is a huge problem. Our prevention needs assessment, like you said, 1 in 10 individuals have at least thought about suicide, if not attempted suicide. We
unfortunately have already lost 2 students in our state to suicide as of the end of September this year already. So we have a big problem in our state, and we don't want that to continue. So I think it's a priority to really prioritize mental health within our school systems, and not just as an add-on. We need to really embed mental health funding within our school system, and not just as an add-on or a grant funding year by year. It really needs to be embedded. It needs to be prioritized.
Yeah, and when lawmakers are thinking they're going to save a buck here, be careful about the $2, $3, $5 you got to spend later. For me, it's similar to, and I don't want to make light of it, but it reminds me of, cutting funding for a spay-neuter program and then dealing with sheltering thousands of unwanted animals. Like, early on prevention, early on, reach these kids in need, or you're going to deal with it later.
It starts in like elementary school. Like, how do we teach our students like how to cope? Like, if they are sad, if they are mad, how do we teach them how to deal with that? How do we teach them how to cope, how to regulate themselves, so that by the time they get to middle school, they are able to talk about it. They are able to regulate. They are able to de-escalate themselves, so that they're not maybe getting into big arguments. They're not getting into fights. And then by the time they get to high school, they are able to talk about it. We already have a great initiative happening in our state with the J Foundation doing boot checks. So all of these things build on each other over time, so that by the time they are teenagers and in high school, they are and going off into college, they have the skills necessary to be adults. And then these foundational skills are compounding and building over time. So then maybe we are reducing suicide over time and developing these incredible skills. And so that we're helping our citizens over time. And that's the prevention piece, so that we are not having to do this reactive piece over time and spending money on the back end. We're doing the prevention piece up front.
Yeah, and it's not just the extreme. It's not just not that that's not enough, preventing the next, teen suicide. That's not it. It's also just trying to deal with these kids, because these are not many of the issues we're talking about. These kids are not broken. They just have a barrier to learning that we have to remove. They could be Einstein in the making, the next genius, the next president of the U.S. But if they can't learn, it's like trying to learn in a room that's way too cold or way too hot, or you have no desk and you're asked to take a test standing. Like, it's a thing that's in the way of them learning, and we got to remove it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's for any of us, like, if we are hungry, we all know the experience of being hangry, right? We are not our best selves when we are hangry. If our kids don't have food, they're not going to be able to learn. We have to get that basic need met. And if our kids are traumatized, we have to help them, and we have to teach them how to regulate. We have to teach them how to cope. And if we are able to do that and build those skills in early childhood, then they are going to be able to learn. They're going to be able to thrive. We are doing that preventative work early, and then they're going to be able to learn. We are going to have better academic outcomes. We are going to be able to get them to graduation. So all of these things are building. We are going to be able to have better academic outcomes if we tend to their mental health needs in school.
Yeah, and we need not less. We need more professionals in class, in school districts, that can recognize these things. For the teachers on the front line, I know my wife teaches first grade. You got kids that are acting up. Your only recourse is, you need a timeout. We're going to send you to the principal's office, whatever. I'm like, no, they need professional counseling, and it's just too hard to get it. If you're 300 to 1, you're standing in line for it.
And that's punitive, right? Like, sending them to timeout or sending to the principal's office is punitive. That's not teaching them regulation. And that's also that's behavioral, and it's taking time. It's that the teacher's having to navigate it and the principal's having to navigate it. And that might be pulling a school counselor out of an IEP meeting, which is not tending to another student's minutes, and might be taking them out of that federal regulation that they are supposed to be tending to that IEP meeting. So if we have another counselor or another social worker that's actually able to tend to the counseling need, then that's helping that teacher. That's not pulling a school counselor out of their minutes for an IEP meeting. So it's really we need other counselors and other social workers in the school that's really addressing the needs of those other students.
Learn more and dive deeper. Read in the Cowboy State Daily. Look for the opinion section and read the guest column from Alex Petrino. Mental health is education. Wyoming shouldn't cut what keeps students learning. Alex, I imagine the day job when you're not writing for Cowboy State Daily, and I hope you were paid well for this, is you're probably going to be in Cheyenne come February. I mean, are you there when the lawmakers are thinking about, well, we don't need these school counselors, let's cut that? I mean, we need you there in the room.
Yep, I'm there, and I'm also there collaborating with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. So we're there, and also there with the Wyoming Behavioral Health Alliance, like doing the work. So we're there talking to lawmakers, and I'll be there talking at recalibration today.
Excellent. Tell Megan Degenfelder we said hi if you see her. I don't know, but
Will do.
All right.
Will do.
Alex,
thank you, Jake. Appreciate it.
Thanks for that column. That was enlightening, and thanks for coming on even more so. Good stuff. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Alex
Bye.
Petrino, Cowboy State Daily. We'll take a break and we'll come right back with another Petrino. We'll talk sports, Cowboy football, big showdown this weekend with San Diego State. We'll do that right after this break.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Wednesday means Jared Petrino will be here, and we're going to talk sports. Oh, yeah, Wyoming Cowboys. Who were those Cowboys wearing the black uniforms? Man. Let's get Jared Petrino in here. Jared, somebody put on black uniforms and pretended to be the Cowboys last week. Dang.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was
like
awesome.
that version.
I'm glad that all worked out, because if it didn't work out, we would have heard it all. You know what I mean? But it looked awesome. The stadium was awesome. The crowd was awesome. Everything turned out awesome. So it was an awesome night for the Pokes.
You better believe it. And I think, if hadn't we lost the border war, we'd burn the black jerseys. Now we got to wear them every week, man. Bring it back. Whatever we did right. We can't blame it all, or we can't give Javon Bonite all the credit. But let's talk about the game Javon called from the offensive side of things. We saw a little bit of that QB2 down at the goal line, which I like. He did some interesting things. He tapped some guys off the sidelines to put the helmet on and come out and play that we haven't seen. And it did feel like the offense opened up a little. We relaxed a little and we just opened things up. But what did he do? Did you notice a different offense?
Yeah, I don't know how much it was different. I think the one thing he did do, and you hit it on it, is he brought some more I don't want to say flair, but brought some more flair to it as far as bringing, involving more people. And I think, sometimes when you have adversity, it can either separate you or bring you tighter. And I think as a staff, I think it brought him tighter. And I think watching him and Coach Tripodi, the O-line coach, interact on the sideline after each of those scores was awesome to watch, and just seeing how they were able to engage other people and maybe use some resources that we weren't using in the past. And I thought the Landon Sims package was awesome, and being able to hopefully build on that, and awesome for Caden to be able to step aside and check his ego at the door and say, hey, this is going to help us win. So I thought it was great. And it was just, I think he found some ways to beat their man coverage and on third down. And that was the biggest thing. We were really good on third down Saturday night, and we converted third downs, and whether it was running it or throwing it. And I just thought overall, I thought it was in sync. Everything looked in sync. And that was one thing that was very noticeable.
Yeah, good point. Converting on third down, especially third and long, especially passing situations when the other team knows you're throwing and they're going to bring pressure, and CSU loves to bring pressure package. That means your O-line has got to be there. And, man, they get the shout out last week, and that offensive line kept Caden clean. Holy cow.
Yeah, 100%. And Coach hit on that on Monday. He said they were perfect on all their protections. I mean, they called him out. They slid it. The back picked up the other guy. I mean, they did a great job. And that's what was so fun to see. Is I get a kick out of things that probably aren't as noticeable to the other fans. Is like you could just tell everybody was on the same page. And sometimes when like I said earlier, when you have adversity, it can bring people closer together. And I think that's what it did. It showed. And hopefully they can keep stacking on top of that and keep doing that and showing that and building as we finish with these last 4 games.
Yeah, the adversity brings you together. Being on the road sometimes does the same thing of this sense that it's us against the world. Also, just a change. It wasn't necessarily Jay Johnson not doing things right, Javon Bonite pushing the right buttons. It's just when you change it up. You see the same thing in hockey when the goalie gets pulled, and it's not even the goalie's fault. It's a wake-up call to everybody else. We got to play harder, and it's just a reset, and it worked.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like, I've been able to go to practices and be at all the games so far, the home games at least. And just, you can tell Javon, the kids, he does a great job of building relationships with them. And I think that's one thing that he does a really good job of. Not saying that Coach Johnson didn't do that, but I think Javon does a really, really good job of that. And when you build that relationship, it makes kids want to make plays for you, and they understand and they see it, and it just, I think that showed also, and so I think that was really cool to see.
Hey, let me ask you something, Jared. I always wondered at the college level. Now we see NFL quarterbacks, the elite, and they have to do a lot of stuff pre-snap. They got to make pre-snap reads. You see guys go in motion. That's for the quarterback to ascertain whether the defense is in man or zone. They've got to make those reads like, is the play we called on the huddle going to work? And you see them look out. But they also, extra responsibility is to check who might be coming, who might be blitzing. And they got to help the line identify. Sometimes a quarterback will say, watch the mic, or watch 53, or point right at him like that guy's blitzing. Right. How much of that is done at the college level? Because that's a lot for a young quarterback. A sophomore like Caden Anderson, is he really making pre-snap reads, helping his offensive line identify who might be coming?
Oh yeah, 100%. He's doing that, and
wow.
And he's a lot of times he's communicating right with Jack Walsh, the center, and the center's echoing it to the rest of the guys, saying, "Hey, we want to change the way the offensive line slides. Hey, we thought we're sliding this way, but now we see pressure coming the other way, so they'll check the slide." And so that just makes people know who's accounted for who. And like we talked about earlier, Colorado State brought a lot of pressure, and to be on the same page and call those things out and see it, that was one thing that was really good. And I think one thing I thought was really nice too is I think there was no rush in the play clock ever, and Coach Savell hit on that. Like Coach Bo knew what he wanted, and when you get your plays in early, it allows the quarterback to see that longer, But when you're hurrying out of the huddle and getting fast, they can kind of tee off on you because you're just trying to get the snap off, let alone looking at what's out there. So I think the process was just cleaner. Everything was cleaner, it looked like Saturday night.
Yeah, and I heard Coach Savell talk about that. He said Bonite he was on. It's not necessarily the plays were any different than what Jay Johnson might have called, but he was confident about what he called, and it all worked. 28-0 to beat the Sheep. Border War, the Bronze Boot, back where it belongs. 117th edition of the Border War ends the way it should. And we can say it was the Black Unis. We can say it was President Trump pregame on the big board. Did you see that? Did people really cheer?
Yeah, no, it was that happened, and kind of reading about too how it all worked out. But yeah, it definitely brought a jolt to the stadium for sure.
Nice. Well, meanwhile, San Diego State, we get a bronze boot. That means something. The Aztecs were playing for an old oil can, beating Fresno. Big deal. Come on. That's not a trophy. Are we worried about the Aztecs? One thing is your head will say bet the under. These are two defensive teams.
Yeah, 100%. We feel real good about very rarely do you see two shutouts in a season. Well, they got 3 shutouts this season so far. So, it's going to be it could be one of those drag out, knock them out games where, it's going to be a grind and a defensive struggle. They're always very talented. They always got speed and athleticism everywhere. They got a defensive end who's just wreaking havoc on everybody right now. So yeah, it's just going to be one of those games. And I think that's a game we have to have with them. I think it's going to be, they just got done beating Fresno. I think it was 23-0, and to beat Fresno at Fresno and blank them on their home stadium is pretty dang good. So, it's going to be a heck of a test. And I think it'll be interesting to see how we respond. You know what I mean? And being able to stack 2 wins together. We haven't won back-to-back games since the first 2 this year. So, hopefully we can get 2 conference wins, two back-to-back conference wins would be huge, and a huge jolt moving forward as you finish this last quarter of the season. It's a 12-game season. You got 4 left, so we're in our last third of it. So it'll be interesting to see how things finish up.
Kickoff slated for 5:00 Mountain Time. That game's on the road in some place they call the Snapdragon Stadium. President Trump should come on and address the San Diego State team and say, "Hey, that name sounds weak. Snapdragon Stadium. Get a real name. It sounds very Democrat kind of. What is Snapdragon Stadium? Snapdragon Stadium.
I don't know. I think it's just some company down there that bought the rights to it. I'm not 100% to be honest with you, though. That would be my guess. I don't know what Snapdragon weighs on, but it's a lot better than playing. It sounds like it's a lot better than playing in the old Qualcomm Stadium when I was coaching, because we used to go down and play at Qualcomm, and I used to walk around the underneath of that stadium, and I can't believe that thing used to host Super Bowls. It's like, man, this stadium's a dump, and so, but anyway.
Well, Snapdragon doesn't compare to the war, and President Trump promised he's going to get to the War Memorial Stadium one of these days. Big game, 5:00 kick, Mountain Time. CBS is going to have it. Wyoming coming in 4-4, San Diego 6-1. The spread, by the way, 10.5. Wyoming's getting 10.5. I'll take that all day, every day.
Yeah, no doubt. And I like your idea on betting the under and getting 10 on the road. I think that's 10.5, especially. That's going to be that could be something definitely to get some action on for sure.
And all San Diego State can boast is their kicker. Senior kicker Gabe Placencia was the Mountain West Special Team Player of the Week. He booted like a 90-yard kick or something. What did he do?
Yeah,
he hit a long one.
Yeah, he hit a long bomb, which was unfortunate. I thought Bart, the punter for Wyoming, had a heck of a night too. I was hoping he'd maybe snag that one because he had a heck of a night on Saturday night.
Yeah, and that was a change. Yeah.
They changed him on kickoff because Bart he was a
Okay.
kickoff guy, but they benched him and put Sandvig in there to kick off. So, but Bart still punted the ball very, very well Saturday night for the Cowboys.
Okay. Well, one thing I hope this Saturday is Brad Paisley does not sing the national anthem before the game. If there's one thing we learned from the World Series, if Brad Paisley sings the national anthem, you better call your sitter and negotiate an overtime rate because, man, he's like 4 for 4 or something. Holy cow.
I hate that when they try to do too much with it. It's written that way for a reason. Let's just sing it the way it's supposed to be sang. You know what I mean? So.
All right. So what else can we I wanted to talk to you about wrestling. Is our wrestling program still good?
Absolutely. Yeah. Coach Branch always brings in guys, and I think he just reloads. And unfortunately, there was a stint 2 years ago where people were picking off our best wrestlers at the bigger schools. But
yeah,
I think he's done a great job of replacing those guys, and it's always going to be an exciting product, And I think they open up this weekend with their famous match, and they'll do it with Western Wyoming, and so that'll be a good kickoff of the season. And yeah, it's always exciting to watch. Coach Branch does a heck of a job. We're so lucky to have him at the University of Wyoming with his pedigree and where he's came from, being an Oklahoma State Cowboy, winning national championships, and under the legendary coach at Oklahoma State. So.
We're talking to Jared Petrino, UW Sports. Let's talk about let's go to the hardwood round ball. It's going to be tough for the girls to rebound. Man, that was a great season last year. We graduated some stars. And on the men's side, everybody's talking about the wide open game they're playing. They're like the running Rebs, man. Coach has got them playing. I don't know if they're going to win, but it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. We got there early on Saturday. We went to the exhibition game on Saturday also with my two boys, and it was fun to watch. I didn't know who any of the guys were, but they're all new names. It's almost a brand new roster, but man, they were flying up and down, and it was fun to watch. And there's going to be some fun guys to watch. I think as the public gets to watch them, you'll get to see, you'll fall in love with some of these guys, the way they play and how hard they play, and Coach Sundance is getting everything out of them. So it was fun to watch. It was definitely like you said, up and down the court, and he made that comment in his media day that he wanted to take advantage of the elevation, and he wants to get rolling with it.
Yeah, I like that. Jared Petrino, we just had your wife on earlier, man, and you married up. You're punching above your weight. Beautiful and smart. Wow.
100%. Out punting my covers for sure. So
have a great day, and we'll see you Saturday. Go Pokes, eh?
All right. Go Pokes. Thanks, Jake.
You bet. Jared Petrino on the show, Cowboy State Daily, and what a big game we got coming up with San Diego State. See how well I guess we don't have to rebound. We talk so often about how the Pokes have to rebound from that loss. No, a 28-0 win. We got to keep it rolling. San Diego State's going to be a different test, though. They've got a good defense of their own. They shut out Fresno last weekend. We're coming off a shutout. Both these teams coming in hot, but nobody hotter than the Aztecs. They are rolling right now, and they need to be brought down a level. Yeah, and that game on the road in a place they call the Snapdragon Stadium. All right. Aztecs Pokes this Saturday. That's a CBS game. Kicks at 5 o'clock Mountain Time. And I will be watching. Big game. Let's go to the Game and Fish deal with Ray Hageman. Take you to the top of the hour with this on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Artifact looting on game and fish lands near DuBois, and chronic wasting disease discovered in an elk hunt area in the Casper region. Hi, I'm Ray Hageman. Details next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. Stay tuned. The Wyoming Game and Fish is asking for the public's help in a recent incident of artifact looting and vandalism on Wyoming Game and Fish Commission lands near DuBois. Commission lands are managed to conserve wildlife habitat and provide public opportunities for hunting, fishing, and recreation. They also hold important cultural and historical resources that tell the story of Wyoming's past. When individuals illegally remove or destroy artifacts, the damage is permanent. Jason Hunter, Lander Region Wildlife Supervisor, says looting not only strips the land of irreplaceable untraceable history, it jeopardizes the privilege of public access to these areas for everyone. Hunter says these lands are owned by the Game and Fish Commission and are open to unlimited public access for much of the year. It's the department's responsibility to safeguard them for future generations. To encourage leads in this case, an anonymous donor has offered a reward of up to $10,000 for information that results in a conviction. Anyone with information is urged to call the Stop Poaching hotline at 1-877-WGFD-TIP. Game and Fish thanks the public for being vigilant and reporting misuse on Commission-owned lands. Preserving these landscapes, both for wildlife and the cultural stories they hold, ensures Wyoming's wild places remain whole for generations to come. The Game and Fish has confirmed the presence of chronic wasting disease for the first time in Elk Hunt Area 116 in the Casper region. Game and Fish confirmed the presence of CWD in an adult found in the Hunt area in the northeast corner of the state. Elk Hunt Area 116 is bordered by CWD-positive areas 117, which was detected in 2008, and Area 129, which was detected in 2020. The Hunt area is within the Black Hills elk herd, which spans elk areas 116, 117, and Hunt Area 1. CWD was detected in 2020. To ensure that the public is informed, Game and Fish announces when CWD is found in a new hunt area. CWD is 100% fatal to infected deer, elk, and moose. Continued monitoring of CWD over time is important to help Game and Fish understand the potential impacts of the disease, as well as evaluate future management actions. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, we continue. And when we come back next hour, I want to give a shout out to this reporter who works for KEZI, I think it is. She's covering an Oregon State college football game, and she has the thankless task of trying to do a live pregame bit before the game. And these hooligans are just harassing her. I mean, just awful. You know, not people in the background doing stuff, but these guys are like way worse. And I can't believe her professionalism to get through it. And I can't believe these idiots trying to ruin a reporter's job, ruin her day. Yeah, we're going to look at that. And also Seth Gruber is going to be on next hour. Seth has got a great book and documentary out, the 1916 Project, and you're going to want to learn more about that. That's pretty cool, pretty exciting. All this coming up next hour, so you want to stick around. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network rolls on right after this news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The only elementary school in bar none is one of two Natrona County schools set to be closed, meaning kids would have to be bused to Casper. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that more than 30 parents, teachers, and students packed into the school board meeting on Monday night and appealed to the board to not close the elementary school and the Woods Learning Center.
One in Casper is an alternative program that has pods for classrooms where they have kindergarten and first grade together, second and third. They have kids that are mentors to the younger kids. And people that spoke at the meeting were very passionate about how this worked for their children. There were alumnus of the school that spoke, saying that it helped them, prepared them for high school. One was a Fulbright scholar that said he would never have achieved what he did unless he had gone to that school. So some very passionate remarks about the Woods Learning Center in Casper.
A final decision on the schools will be made at the board's November 10th meeting. The school board projects that these closures would save the district $1.7 million. Two people seen in surveillance video near the Capitol about the time an explosive device was left there last week have been identified as subjects of interest and referred to prosecutors, DCI confirmed on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports the agency has made contact with these two individuals, but no arrests have been made.
Two subjects of interest in the case of the explosive left at the Wyoming Capitol building last week have been contacted by investigators from the Division of Criminal Investigation, or DCI. While these two individuals are still considered subjects of interest rather than suspects, they could be facing charges associated with carrying explosives, bringing them to a public place, and using an explosive to threaten someone or cause them bodily harm.
Now, if convicted, the crime is a felony, punishable by up to 10 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
I'm Reed Reisner. Wyoming's not just where I live, it's who I am. I've worked hard to support local families, veterans, and small business owners because when they succeed, our whole state gets stronger.
Reed Reisner, focused on Wyoming's economic growth and long-term prosperity.
I'm Reed Reisner, and I'm committed to Wyoming's future.
Learn more about Reed Reisner and OmniVest Financial at omnivestfinancial.com.
Securities and advisory services offered through LPL Financial, a registered investment advisor. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A wildlife filmmaker set up his cameras shortly after a bull elk died near Togety Pass to see what he could capture. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports videographer Jake Davis of Jackson captured a once-in-a-lifetime scene of the circle of life in the wild.
This was earlier this year during the depths of winter. He saw a bull elk that was in really bad shape. Apparently, he thinks it might have escaped an initial attack by wolves because it had a lot of wounds to its hindquarters. The elk was dead and his carcass was laying there. So he set up cameras around the spot and caught all kinds of cool footage. The wolves did eventually show up, but there were also foxes, ravens, golden eagles, coyote or two, just all kinds of critters were coming in to get their share.
Davis tells Cowboy State Daily that one of the wolves actually picked up and moved a camera, and he did recover it with bite marks and all. The camera was not harmed. A rumor that Ukrainian President Zelensky is buying the 916,000-acre Pathfinder Ranch in Wyoming spread like wildfire on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports the rumors aren't true, but an offer made by someone on the almost $80 million ranch is legit.
Some guy on X with some strange name made a post claiming that a company with ties to Zelensky was buying the Pathfinder ranches. I'm told by the real estate company that was an American cattle rancher.
The Pathfinder Ranch is massive, larger than the state of Rhode Island, and bigger than New York City and LA combined. And after an 8-year investigation, 10 people have been busted accused of faking Wyoming residency to get hunting tags in a Sweetwater County scam. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department announced the violations on Monday.
What it boiled down to is multiple individuals were lying about their Wyoming residency to get resident hunting tags versus non-resident hunting tags, which there's a significant price difference. The resident tags are far less expensive. And so they had been running this scam for a while, and they finally wrapped up the investigation. It looks like these people all took plea agreements, but some pretty serious charges against multiple individuals coming out of this.
A spokesperson from Game and Fish tells Cowboy State Daily that this is more common than people think because Wyoming is a bucket list destination for hunters across the country and the world. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Christopher Holton. I'm very active. It was a Saturday morning. Normally I go for my normal walk.
With no warning, Chris suffered a near-fatal heart attack. But thankfully, Brian Buckley, a bystander, saw him collapse and rushed to help.
He did this big gasp for air and then just stopped. It's like I went into autopilot. It's like all that training I did back in the day around CPR just magically came out of nowhere.
Because of the CPR training that Brian received, Chris did make it and didn't die on the trail that day. CPR training provided by the American Heart Association.
Looking at your hands, these two hands could save a life.
Being a father, you want to be around. You want to be around for your kids.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer. To learn more about how the American Heart Association helps save lives, go to helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I appreciate how difficult it is to be on camera behind a mic in the most ideal of settings and conditions, much less under duress. For instance, wartime reporters who are reporting from the battle lines. Holy cow, that's difficult. Those weather people that report during a hurricane, like when the hurricanes go, not the ones that fake it, I think we've seen occasionally you'll see the reporter saying, live from Hurricane Melissa here in Jamaica, and it's blowing, and trampolines are flying by in the background. That might be real. And then some people do fake it, where they're pretending to brace themselves from this vicious wind. Meanwhile, you see a grandmother walk by on her stroller behind on the shot, and you're like, all right, how bad can it be? They must be faking it. No, I mean the real reporting live from wherever. And that's difficult. Obviously, you don't get another take. You can't say, oh, let's go to take 2. Let's try that again. If it's live, man. And this situation I'm looking at, I wanted to highlight, the professionalism of this reporter who, man, hats off, lady, to be able to hang in there and do this bit. She's doing a pregame for Oregon State. That's the Ducks, right? A football game. And then these Oregon fans in the background that are trying to, I don't know what they're trying to do. They're so representative of Utes today. These 4 Utes in this shot, or 3 Utes, I think there might be 4 of them. That perfectly exemplifies the college kid today. And this is why you have 19-year-olds asking the Wyoming Supreme Court to treat me as a juvenile when you're sentencing me, because at 19, my brain's not fully formed. Yeah, no kidding. I offer as evidence A, this video. At 19 years old, I'm a college freshman, and my brain is not developed. Your brain is not even in use for the most part. Yeah, that's evident. Here's what I'm talking about. If you're following the visuals and you have our video, you have an opportunity to see as well as hear. If you're on the radio station, you'll have to go back and enjoy this archived on YouTube or Facebook or X or cowboystatedaily.com. You can go back and see the video of this show anytime you want. If you're on radio, just remember to go back and check out towards the end of the show, because we're in our final hour, and you can see the video of this poor reporter trying to do her job with these morons trying to mess her up.
Definitely tell there is a new play caller in town. The offense is looking, one second. The offense is looking
she has to tell
more
him 1
versatile.
second.
They're getting their tight end in there with more reps. Still seem really characteristic with the running game. But definitely seeing a lot more passes from Malik Murphy to Trent Walker. And I think even though the game is tied, the offense has looked.
And these guys are yelling, and they're
the second half of this game.
They're putting their face in the camera, and she just maintains poise. I mean, I don't know how she continued to do that report and keep her focus and her concentration with these guys yelling in the background, putting their face in front. And, if I'm the cameraman, I feel like applying boot to ass with these guys getting it, messing up the broadcast. Oh, good for her. Yeah, I just thought I'd bring that up to show how a pro works. Hats off. That's KEZI News 9 reporter. I don't know her name, but heck of a job. And then the rest of the Oregon State's finest. 19 and 20-year-olds being morons. Golly. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingback has a story. Only elementary school in bar none is one of 2 Natrona County schools set to close. There were more than 30 parents at a meeting the other day. Dale Killingback loves to go to these school board meetings. Thank goodness somebody wants to go to them. Oh, I can't imagine a less appealing assignment. Killingback was there when they did address the closing of Woods Learning Center. They didn't make a decision, but there was no indication that the school board was going to change its mind on this. The final decision on schools is going to be made at the board's November 10th meeting. The closures of these schools we're talking about, I'll tell you which ones they are in a minute, would save the district $1.7 million. Meanwhile, the parents of kids that go to these schools, they don't care what it saves. They went to the 3.5-hour long meeting and expressed concern of the closing of these schools. Bar none's only elementary school is set for closure. And a Natrona County school once praised by U.S. Secretary of Education is slated to close after the 25-26 school year. Natrona County School Board, 1 Board of Trustee members met for 3.5 hours the other day, and Dale Killingback was there. Now, though they didn't make any decision yet, there didn't seem to be a willingness to change course from an October 17th recommendation that the schools would be closed as part of the district's infrastructure planning committee recommended the closure of these schools. It's the Woods Learning Center, a teacher-led K-8 community school. Many came to the meeting to defend the school, saying we need to keep it open. More than 30 people spoke at the meeting and talked about it. School board members, school district board members said, we get it, we understand. But, this is about money. The school is designed for up to 180 students. The school features 2 grades in every classroom, focus on collaborative learning student projects that boast a student-teacher ratio that allows for one-on-one assistance is exactly what we should be doing in educating today. But the problem is it costs money to run a school this small and to bus kids to different schools, and the cost savings in the end are too hard to resist for some school districts. When you're talking about $1.7 million saved in money, it's tough. Dale Killingback has the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Check it out online and read more about that issue. Also, what else we were talking about earlier today? Oh, the hunting, two wildlife stories from Mark Hines we were discussing earlier. One is the 8-year investigation by Wyoming Game and Fish that busted 10 hunters found to be violating hunting regulations. Particularly, they were faking their Wyoming residency to get in-state hunting tags in Sweetwater County. This scam was finally uncovered by Game and Fish 8 years into an investigation. Sean Thomas of Farson has been engaging in illegal activity operating under an outfit called Great Basin Outfitters. Game and Fish made the disclosure on Monday. Mark Hines has the story today. Some of his family members also implicated. In fact, it was like 4 Thomases listed here, a couple of Jordans. Michael Jordan, not that Michael Jordan, and his sons from Stillwater, Minnesota were in on it, all making false statements in order to get Wyoming resident licenses to hunt black bear, pronghorn, deer, elk, and other wildlife. Game and Fish unraveled this whole scam and came down with a swift hammer of justice. Looking at also Sean Thomas pleading guilty to, all of them took plea deals, by the way, pleaded guilty to not only making false statements in order to procure a Wyoming resident license, but also 5 counts of accessory to intentionally take 2 buck pronghorn, a doe pronghorn, a cow elk, and a bull elk. Another count of wanton destruction of a calf elk. Another count of a take of a calf elk with a motor vehicle, and he ran over a calf elk. Another count of a violation of Wyoming Game and Fish Commission regulations. I mean, it goes on and on. They're looking at fines totaling over $9,000, 365 days in jail, and I would assume a suspension, a ban on ever hunting in Wyoming again. Out-of-state defendants are Stillwater, Minnesota residents posing as Wyoming residents. Michael Jordan, Austin Jordan, Joseph Jordan. They all have been hit with fines and seizures of weapons, also forfeiting all the wildlife that they took. Yeah. Thomas, the ringleader, may not possess firearms or deadly weapons as a term of his probation. And yeah, I hope none of these people are ever hunting in the state of Wyoming again. That story is resonating well on Facebook, on Wyoming, on Cowboy State Daily's Facebook page. A lot of people commenting, and pretty much 99% agreement with Game and Fish and them coming down. Unethical hunting does not go over well in the Cowboy State. Mark Hines also wrote this story: Death feeds life. Cameras capture wolves and other critters picking at an elk carcass. Wildlife filmmaker based in Jackson, Jake Davis, had a great idea. He saw this bull elk that was in tough shape on Togety Pass. It had the whole back end ripped off it. It looked like it had survived an encounter with wolves, but not for long. And Jake said it was hard to watch, but he did note the bull elk finally died. And when it did, he thought this would be a rare opportunity to set up cameras and take photos and video of what happens to a carcass in the wild, what might come along and feed on it. Certainly you would expect several predators to maybe come in and show interest, and other scavengers. So he set up a whole mess of cameras, and during the next 6 weeks found all kinds of critters that were interested in the elk carcass. That included a big golden eagle that landed right on top of the bull elk and picked at it. Magpies, of course. A fox came by, then a wolf, a young juvenile wolf came by, tugging at the carcass, and the wolf brought his friends. At one point, there was like 4 or 5. The whole wolf pack was there digging at this thing. Just really cool insight, if you can stomach it, from wildlife filmmaker, video man Jake Davis of Jackson, getting this rare opportunity. One of the wolves even grabbed a camera and yanked it, in the eating frenzy. He thought, what's this? This might be good too, and took a bite out of one of his cameras. But it's incredible, the whole video that he captured, and there was a whole mess of it. I think he had 6 weeks of video, and I think it turned out to be 25 minutes of video that he captured, and it's all on YouTube, and links are to it in the Cowboy State Daily story. It's just incredible what Jake was able to get, including these wolves. Look at this. This golden eagle. Golden eagles are huge.
Birds are typically the first to
Yeah, magpies on it.
and I've never filmed them up close like this before.
Yeah, golden eagle is gigantic. This has got to be a young one because they're bigger than that. Golden eagle working on it. A fox
Opportunities
came
like this
by.
make all the difference in the winter.
And then finally the wolves. You see this black wolf staring right into the camera. He's like, what's
and
that?
then it left without really feeding. But the following morning, it returned.
With friends. Yeah, a bunch of wolves get at this elk. It's incredible. Yeah, you got to check out the video. The video tells the story, as well as Mark Hines, who writes the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Death feeds life. That's Mark Hines' story, dropped on October 28th. Check it out. Let's take a quick break. We'll get Seth Grubers coming on the show here in just a minute, right after these words.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Over 65 million murdered unborn children, gender-confused adolescents, pro-life counselors being arrested, parents who speak at school board meetings being labeled domestic terrorists by the federal government. We're all asking the same question right now, aren't we?
How did this happen? How did this happen so suddenly? Well, the answer is it didn't happen so suddenly.
The patron saint of feminism. She's the founder of Planned Parenthood. Her name is Margaret Sanger.
She had a wicked agenda.
I think the greatest sin in the world is
as bringing children into the world.
Ideas have consequences.
She wrote what her plans were, so much so that she impressed Adolf Hitler. How do you impress Hitler?
Sanger was very clear about the goals of Planned Parenthood.
To create a race of thoroughbreds.
Wow.
Which gets her arrested.
Evil is now being called good.
I realized that I was holding a child.
God is pushing us to the point where people are given a choice to speak up or
There's nothing more rewarding than seeing a mother come out of that clinic. She kept her baby. There are human beings who are alive. They don't even know that they were marked for death.
We are now going to put the puzzle pieces together.
Where does the Stonewall movement come from? Where does Playboy magazine come from? Where does Drag Queen Story Hour come from? The church needs to be the church.
Let the baby live! Let the baby live! Let the baby live!
Yeah, that's the trailer for the movie, the 1960 Project, the documentary from Seth Gruber, which is based on the book, I believe. Seth is with us. Seth, how's your Wednesday going so far?
Excellent. Thank you, brother.
So I want you to explain how it is that you have been the voice for the unborn since prenatal times. How does one pull that off? Before you were born, you were already advocating for the unborn. Explain.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I was raised in Los Angeles County, and my mother was leading one of those amazing pregnancy resource centers in the late 1980s, early 90s, before there were very many of them. And she was waddling around the pregnancy center, pregnant with me, the firstborn, saving babies, loving on moms, walking with families who were facing kind of unplanned pregnancies. And so we grew up supporting our local pregnancy center, supporting pregnant moms, housing some of them in our home. It was part of the kind of the DNA of our family.
So cool. We're talking to Seth Gruber. You may know him, be aware of him. He's a popular speaker, author. He's got a podcast. We're going to talk about the Seth Gruber Show in a minute. We're going to talk about the documentary, the 1916 Project. But first, I want to hear more about what inspired you to and what is the White Rose Resistance that you launched in 2022.
Yeah, thank you, brother. We finished the film streaming on Daily Wire Plus right now, and the book with the story of the White Rose Resistance. It's one of the most inspirational but maybe least known stories of Christian heroism and courage in the 20th century. And they were just a bunch of kids in their 20s in Nazi Germany in 1942 and 1943. And at this point, I mean, the Nazis had been arresting, killing Protestant pastors for just speaking out against the regime. Well, these 20-somethings were writing and spreading illegal leaflets all around the country saying, if you know, why do you not act? Saying, we are the White Rose Resistance, we are your bad conscience, and we will not leave you alone. They would spray paint anti-Nazi sentiments on German-owned buildings. They were trying to wake up Christians and people who ought to have known better to take action and to do something. They were eventually arrested and beheaded for their leaflet campaign at the University of Munich. Dropping illegal leaflets off during class time in a Nazi co-opted by the state university, asking people to wake up. We need that same kind of courage today before it's too late. And we're facing a far more bloody and silent Holocaust today.
That is true. That is true martyrdom. That is bold. That is brazen. And, you know, your message, Seth, I think you'll even admit it, that the people you're trying to reach with the message and the voice for the unborn is preaching to the choir. You are telling Christians they better wake up to the notion that there's abortion going on and you need to stand up against it.
Yeah, that's right, brother. Well, listen, abortion is nothing new. Civilizations and societies have been finding ways to murder unborn babies. And if not that, then killing them after birth for millennia. There's nothing new about child killing, unfortunately. Welcome to the darkness and wickedness of man, okay? In fact, nearly every civilization in human history exercised human sacrifice at one point or another. It was Christianity that basically invented the pro-life movement. Christianity is the pro-life movement before there was a pro-life movement. Christianity invented the concept of childhood, of children's rights, of children's innocence, that they should be protected, that they're just as equally valuable with as much dignity as any adult male. You can thank Christianity for all of the rights and liberties that we take for granted today. We stand on the shoulders of giants and we think that we're flying. And if the church doesn't wake up soon and reclaim her great heritage and mantle of Christian resistance that's been handed down to us, America can disappear and our freedoms and liberties can disappear. Maybe not as quickly because of our form of government, but we've been lulled into a very dangerous apathy because we think, well, America's just going to go on forever. It's land of the free, home of the brave. It's a constitutional republic. We could never fall to communism. And we've been lulled to sleep. And I think that unless the church flatulent becomes the church militant, it will become the church irrelevant. And that's why I'm so focused on waking up the church before it's too late.
And the wake-up call you can find in this documentary. Seth Gruber, talk about the 1916 Project. Now, we saw the trailer coming in as the lead-in. Spoiler alert, Margaret Sanger plays the antagonist. She's the bad guy. What she intended in 1916 was not, it wasn't an abortion clinic. It was it was eugenics for real. Like, talk about the project, how it came together, and the story that needs to be told.
Yeah, that's right, brother. Yeah, a lot of people, when they hear about my film or book, they think maybe I'm talking about the first abortion clinic. But Planned Parenthood was not established as an abortion clinic. That came later. But all of the ideologies, all of the belief systems that would usher in child sacrifice, abortion on demand through point of birth was already present at the beginning seed of Planned Parenthood. It's important to be able to track histories of things, right? Because ideas have consequences and bad ideas have victims. And so in 1916, Margaret Sanger opens her first quote unquote clinic in the Brownsville neighborhood of Brooklyn, New York, an area heavily populated by those she deemed unfit to reproduce, Black, Slavs, Italians, Jews, and other people that she wouldn't want necessarily reproducing. That's, for all intents and purposes, that's the first Planned Parenthood clinic. Planned Parenthood celebrates 1916 as their first clinic. So I'm not just sort of co-opting this. That's what they celebrate on their website as their organization's birthday. Later, she would establish the American Birth Control League in 1921, which was later renamed Planned Parenthood. And the founding board member of Planned Parenthood, so these are people Sanger asked to be on her board. His name was Lothrop Stoddard. Lothrop Stoddard was the exalted cyclops of the Massachusetts KKK chapter. He wrote a book called The Menace of the Underman, and the Nazis paid for a German translated version of The Menace of the Underman. They translated Underman Untermensch in German, which became the title of Heinrich Himmler's famous Nazi propaganda book and was translated as subhuman to describe those that they exterminated. In fact, Sanger's board member and Mr. KKK guy, Lothrop Stoddard, is the only American to have had a one-on-one meeting with Adolf Hitler after he rose to power in person in the Third Reich in 1939. The roots of this go way darker than most people realize. We've been lied to for a long, long time. And that's why in 2020, after cancel anything that's racist BLM Antifa folks, the radical left attacked Planned Parenthood and said, your founder is a racist. And so they stopped giving out the Margaret Sanger Award in 2020, and they took Sanger's name off their flagship Manhattan Planned Parenthood clinic, which, by the way, recently shut down because of some of the Trump defunding of Planned Parenthood. They can't afford to pay the lease on the building. And so Planned Parenthood canceled their own founder in 2020, and they said, yeah, she's a racist. But wait a second, y'all protected her and celebrated her for 100 years. If she's suddenly a racist because the revolution always eats its own and the radical left started attacking you, maybe we should ask some questions about what's the real history behind the origins of one of the largest, best funded, and most profitable 501c3 organizations in human history, the largest abortion provider in the world, and the largest provider of cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers for America's gender-confused youth, Planned Parenthood.
Seth Gruber, very enlightening stuff. Planned Parenthood, their role in normalizing abortion leads today to, a teenage girl believing it's okay to erase a mistake that she made. But it's deeper and darker than that. Boy, this documentary, just from the trailer, I can see really unmasks centuries of lies. Where can we see it, Seth? Where's the best place to go? I want to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, thank you. So we did about 1,000 screenings in churches in 2024 and the first half of 2025. But it wasn't streaming anywhere. And so we're so excited to announce very recently our partnership with Daily Wire Plus, which is where the 1916 Project is now streaming online for anyone to be able to see. So go subscribe. If you're not, become a subscriber over at Daily Wire Plus. I was recently on Isabel Brown and Michael Knowles and Morning Wire. I'll be on some more shows soon, but Daily Wire was very kind and let us continue our church screenings. So any church in America, actually we've had churches worldwide, host a screening for their people, their sheep, their congregants of the 1916 Project. And then when all your people go tell their friends, tell them to go to Daily Wire Plus. So you can watch it now streaming at Daily Wire Plus, or you can go to the1916project.com if you're a pastor, and you can host a screening at your church. And I also wrote a book called The 1916 Project, The Lying, the Witch, and the War We're In, which puts all the history into this horrific, disgusting demonic campaign that I couldn't fit into the film. That book is also available at the1916project.com.
Learn more about our guest at SethGruber.com. Find him online, Seth Gruber. You can also find his podcast, which is fantastic. I watched a couple episodes. I got to tell you, you got to come on as our consultant and help our podcast.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's really slick, real pro looking. I enjoyed some of the latest. How about same-sex culture, same-sex raising of kids? It divorces marriage from parenthood and makes kids just like a cute experiment. It's food for thought.
Yeah, that's right. Well, listen, we've been dehumanizing children for decades in America. Wait, what do you mean, Seth? Well, we kill them in the womb because apparently abortion's health care. So if you think that the abortion mindset hasn't infected a generation of boomers, zoomers, millennials, and Gen Zers, you're lying to yourself. Okay, so now with the dehumanization of the unborn, we're seeing the commodification of children through big fertility, third-party reproductive technologies, and gay surrogacy. We talk about all of this stuff because it all interconnects, right? It's all about Christendom, courage, the church taking back its mantle, standing for children. Yes, we're going to abolish abortion in every state, but it's time that we also protect children's right to their mother and father, because until we make the family great again in America, we will not be saving Western civilization. That's what my next film is about. But if people want to learn more, they can watch or listen to the Seth Gruber Show.
Yeah, Seth Gruber Show. Also, another thing we're facing today, this not only are we removing the marriage and parents from kids, we're trying to end motherhood. This notion that we can cook a baby in a test tube or a robot. It's crazy stuff, the world we're living in, and we need to make sense of it. Seth Gruber is going to help us out with that. I'm excited about the 1916, the book, the 1916 Project, and the documentary. And Wire, I always want to call it Live Wire because of that Motley Crue song. What is Daily Wire?
Yeah, Daily Wire.
Daily Wire Plus. Okay. Excellent. Seth, keep up the good fight. I appreciate you coming on. SethGruber.com. Find out more.
Thank you so much.
Have a great Wednesday.
You too.
Seth Gruber on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to take one last break and run for the finish line here. We'll be back.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
A big thanks to Seth Gruber coming on the show. Been fighting the fight for the unborn, those without a voice. And the new documentary looks pretty cool. Daily Wire Plus is where you can see it, stream it. You can also buy the book, The 1916 Project, or go to SethGruber.com, learn more about the White Rose and everything Seth Gruber has been about since before he was born. Stories we're following today, I couldn't help but notice Cam Scatterboot, the Giants running back who had his foot. Oh, it was so gross, that injury. The Giants running back had his foot like pointing the wrong way after a tackle. It was a dislocated ankle, which is bad enough. It was so gross. And he had surgery to repair it. Learning now, that wasn't the only injury in that game. He also fractured a fibula, ruptured the deltoid ligament in his ankle. So it wasn't just a dislocated ankle. He ruptured the deltoid ligament. That doesn't sound good. All went well with the surgery, and he hopes to be back next year. But That was gruesome. When you are looking down at your foot and it's pointed backwards, oh man, you're just like calling for the team trainer. Bring the cart. Holy cow. What else is going on in Cowboy State Daily stories? We have covered almost everything with the exception of we talked about this story briefly with Claire, but we didn't really cover it extensively. The story about the burglar who shot the Riverton shop manager. He was sentenced to 20 to 30 years in prison on Tuesday. This is Kevin Pino. Also ordered to pay $5,981 in restitution. I would imagine that's to cover the hospital bill of Bobby Watts, the guy he shot. He's fortunate to get just 20 to 30 years. It was a plea deal. 32-year-old man who fled a post-prison treatment center in order to burglarize a oil field shop north of Riverton, and then was confronted by Bobby Watts, the shop owner, and Bobby Watts took a bullet for his involvement rather than go to trial on attempted second-degree murder charge for firing a gun directly at Riverton resident Bobby Watts. This happened back in April 29th. Pino made a plea deal, and he's going to go for guilty to aggravated burglary and admitted to being a habitual criminal. And that's how we can get to 20 to 30 years. Chief Deputy Attorney at Fremont County, Tim Hancock, could have asked for up to 50 with aggravated burglary and habitual criminal, but he agreed, I'll go 30 tops. Do we have a deal? Pino said okay, or his lawyer did. And now you get a sentence of 20 to 30. Bobby Watts' wife doesn't think it's enough. She's like, hey, man, this guy shot at my husband, Ronnie Watts. Delivered a tearful impact statement Tuesday in court, says she disagrees with Hancock dropping the attempted murder charge. Ronnie said a life was almost taken that morning. Why are we catering to this? This is what's wrong with our community, Ronnie Watts says. And Ronnie speaks truth. There are a lot of people that agree with her on the Facebook page, Cowboy State Daily, people chiming in their comments on this story. And a lot of them are pointing to soft judges and this plea dealing that's getting people off. This is habitual criminal that robbed the M&M well service north of Riverton, and when was caught, pointed a gun at the owner and shot at him. Now, didn't the shot, I think he shot through the windshield of a vehicle, but still, you're talking about someone who's robbing. He's out there robbing when he's already on probation, and he blew that off, and he goes out and robs the M&M well service, and then shoots when he gets caught. His reaction is to pick up gun. I don't know. The guy shouldn't even have a firearm, and shoots. Like, yeah, I agree with you, Ronnie. It's too easy. Not enough. I mean, I get it. He's going to spend 3 decades in a cage, supposedly, but yeah. Do you want this guy running around in Riverton? If robbing is okay, if shooting at people is okay, you don't want, even in 30 years, do you want this guy running around in Riverton? Pino apologized to his victims at length on Tuesday, said, I am not an animal. No, but we don't shoot each other. You're something. He said, thank you for your time. He began speaking in wearing orange. You always know who the bad guy is. They're wearing orange in court. I am deeply sorry, Pino said. I'm deeply ashamed of it. I don't want to hurt nobody. Yeah, he said, my life has been this. I'm tired of this. I don't want this. I get it, Pino. When you head down that road, you feel trapped. And you don't want that's not your intent. You don't want to be that guy. But when you don't think about that until you're caught, It's funny how criminals don't think, I'm tired of this. I don't want this. I don't want my life to be this. You don't think that until you're caught and you're sitting behind bars. And then suddenly you don't want your life to be like this. He said, I am not an animal. I have a heart just like everybody else. The amazing escape of Bobby Watts, who was trying to confront Pino, and Pino's going to prison for 20 to 30. Claire McFarland has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Eva, black cats and Halloween. We're going to talk about the black cat myth. We're going to talk about other Halloween myths and legends, urban legend. We're going to do that Friday for Halloween. We're going to have a special Halloween show. We're going to talk to Mac Watson in particular about Halloween stuff. Mac is going to talk about how his kids don't want nothing to do with a homemade costume. Got to be store-bought. And that's most kids today, right? When mom says, I can make you something, you're like, no. I want to buy at Walmart. I want to buy the Wednesday costume. I want to be Wednesday, or I want to be whatever it is, superhero. You don't want mom making it. Oh, that's a sure sign that you're poor. Sort of, right? Or you just don't want to deal with the peer pressure of having a homemade costume. Mac Watson's kids would hear none of it. When it comes to the homemade costume, they want store-bought. We'll discuss that with Mac. And we'll discuss these Hollywood legends. Do hospitals really offer free x-raying of your candy? Is that really a thing? Because has anyone ever bit down on a razor blade in their Snickers bar? Has that ever happened? Or is that just urban legend? We'll explore that. We'll talk about black cats, because black cats are in the news today. And voila, just happened to be in the news when it's National Cat Day. But Andrew Rossi's story about the black cat bias. Even during Halloween, Wyoming shelters can't give away a black cat, while some shelters impose a ban or a halt or a hiatus on adopting out black cats during the month of October for fear that people will adopt them simply to use them in some hideous ritual involving Halloween. Maybe they'll be made a sacrifice. Maybe people will think it's cool to have them in their Halloween decorations, and then they don't want them anymore. So some shelters, including that one in Spain, Andrew Rossi talked about Terrassa Animal Welfare Services, a town north of Barcelona. They have a temporary ban. They're not the only ones. They ban the adoption of black cats out of their welfare shelter from October 1st through November 10th, just to ensure people have the right intentions, correct intentions when they're adopting a black cat, and not anything to do with Halloween. Meanwhile, in Wyoming, not only do they not have a ban at many places, Rachel Christensen, executive director of Second Chance Charity Cat Rescue, said, we've actually had Halloween adoption promotions during October in the past, because black cats are very hard to adopt, harder than others. I just said more hard. I just did the faux pas. That's one of my pet peeves. Do you notice how people say, when there's already a word for it, harder, people are inclined to say more hard. Or I try to think of another word where people do that with all the time. I hear it all the time. It seems really popular in the last few years to say more risky. Doing that would be more risky than doing this when there's already a word for that. You don't need to insert the word more in front of the word you say. There's already a word called riskier. People do that a lot. Not just like people who don't know any better, who are not linguistic experts. You see it in TV advertising. You see it in ad copy all the time. Taking this medication could be more risky than this one. Riskier. That's the word you're looking for. And I just did it. I said black cats are more hard to adopt than others. Black cats are harder to adopt than others. That was me making the mistake. Rachel Christensen actually used the word harder. She got it right. But yeah, historically, symbolism of black cats is, they're associated with witchcraft and bad luck and death, just bad omens in general. How did that ever get started? Is that an old European superstition, the whole black cat thing? But it is there. It's real, and there is a black cat bias where shelters, at least around Wyoming, report that it's hard to adopt out black cats, harder than any of the other colors. Lydia Gomez, supervisor of the Rock Springs Animal Control, working in the field for 13 years. Speaking of another superstition, that's an unlucky number. She said she hasn't encountered any nefarious doings involving black cats around Halloween. She hasn't seen any of that, like, I want to adopt a black cat on October 20th because we got this macabre seance cooked up for Halloween. She hadn't seen that, but she did acknowledge that it's harder to adopt black cats than any other cat, to adopt them out. People just don't want black cats. It's not Zelensky that's going to buy that 916,000-acre Pathfinder ranches. Yet another story that uses the larger than the state of Rhode Island. I do poops bigger than the state of Rhode Island, but nobody needs to mention that, or nobody needs to use Rhode Island as the constant measure of something that something else is bigger than. Wow, speaking of convoluted words. Now, Zelensky was rumored to be the buyer of the Pathfinder Ranch. That all came from a post on X that turns out to be nothing more than fake news. Renee Jean has the story of the Cowboy State Daily. No, Zelensky is not buying the large Pathfinder Ranch, but somebody is. There is a deal cooked up that was acknowledged by the selling broker. They said the ranch, supposedly the potential buyer is a rancher. So that'd be good news to see the ranch remain a ranch, Pathfinder Ranches. But it is not going to be annexed by Ukraine anytime soon. And now you know, because you read the Cowboy State Daily. Hey, that's going to do it for us on this Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same channel, same bat station. We're on the YouTube Live or archived if you want to go back and look at the library. Every show we've ever done is on YouTube. Just check it out. And while you're there, make sure to become a subscriber. We're also on X Live, Facebook Live, on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. Heard syndicated around radio stations in the state, and run it back on demand when you're ready at your favorite podcast platform. Have a great Wednesday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.